It's time to crank up some football. Bethune-Cookman Wildcat Sports is on the air. Head coach Raymond Woody Jr. has the Wildcats fired up and ready to go.
It's all about the technique, fundamentals, attention to detail.
The players are locked in.
The standard, being smart, fast, physical, and aggressive, that's something that we live by every day.
And the crowd is on their feet.
It's go time.
It's time to send it to the field with the voice of the Wildcats, Mike Torello, on the CatEye Radio Network.
The first meeting on the gridiron between the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats and the South Carolina State Bulldogs was all the way back in 1959, when both schools were part of the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, or SIAC. That game, played on the same patch of grass as today's contest here in southern South Carolina, was won by the home team 10-6. The Bulldogs would go on to dominate the rivalry's early years, winning 7 of the first 10 meetings. The Cats would have their good years as well, though, defeating South Carolina State 6 straight times from 1998 to 2003. This is a rivalry that has stood the test of time, surviving divisional and conference shifts for both schools and now even realignment after BCU left for the SWAC in 2021. Overall, these two historic schools have met on the football field 61 times. The only school that has faced BCU more is Florida Classic foe Florida A&M. Now, on another sun-drenched South Carolina September Saturday, it's Wildcats and Bulldogs for a 62nd time. Live from Oliver C. Dawson Stadium on the campus of South Carolina State University in Orangeburg, South Carolina, this evening's presentation of Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. The Cat is on the air. Hello and a very warm welcome. My name is Michael Torello. Happy to have your company as the Maroon and Gold get set to renew an old MEAC rivalry. Former BCU football player Daryl Natil joins me for pregame, followed by Johnny Vickers on color commentary. Daryl, in the past, when the Wildcats and the Bulldogs have locked horns, it's determined the fates of entire seasons. Nothing as grand is on the line tonight in this non-conference matchup, but it still feels like a big deal tonight in front of a packed house in Orangeburg.
First of all, I'd like to say it's no place like home. Coming here is so familiar. We played these guys in the MEAC and the SIAC, and a lot of times this game was for the MEAC championship to see who was going to be on top of the division. But coming in here this afternoon as a SWAC foe, we have not played a MEAC school in years. But coming here, I got family out there DJing. I got a cousin in the band. But coming here, man, it's like home. These people treat us well. This is our biggest rivalry other than Florida A&M.
The Bethune-Cookman Wildcats have started their 2025 season 0-2 with a loss against Florida International and number 5 Miami, and for the second time in 2 seasons have failed to score a touchdown in 2 games. Last week saw the Hurricanes rack up 45 points and over 500 yards of offense and limit the Wildcats to under 100 yards each through the air and on the ground. The one major takeaway you can have from last week is that the Cats came through unscathed injury-wise and are healthy and ready to go this evening. I spoke with head coach Raymond Woody Jr. last night to get his thoughts on coming back to South Carolina State, where he played against the Bulldogs with BCU in the 90s, and his takeaways from a tough opening to the season. I'm joined by Coach Woody before the Wildcats take on South Carolina State here on Saturday. Coach, let's start with the South Carolina State Bulldogs. This is an old stomping ground for you, former Bethune-Cookman Wildcat back in the MEAC days. You've played at Dawson Stadium. You know what the atmosphere is like. Has that helped you prepare your team this week?
Well, it's always going to be some point of a rivalry when you play South Carolina State. I mean, great tradition, great school program, and it's exciting to come back. I hadn't been back here in a long time.
Is there anything you can learn from a game against Miami last week where it felt like, bigger, stronger, faster kind of thing, especially in the trenches? But is there something you can take away from it?
Well, our guys, they fought. Obviously the ball didn't go the way at the end of the game we thought it was going to go. I mean, not taking anything away from Miami, but, we had opportunities, to score and stop them and then also play great on special teams. And we fell short, make no excuses, blame no one. I mean, we glad that type of program was presented to us just to see where we're at,
After splitting snaps close to 50-50 in week one, Timmy McClain has emerged as the primary quarterback for the Wildcats offense that has still not scored a touchdown on the season. McClain has completed 70% of his passes for 250 yards and has not thrown an interception, although he did have a strip sack fumble last week. Cam Ransom is 6 of 12 throwing and did throw a pick last week in the back of the end zone. Cam has been better running the ball with 41 yards on 8 carries. Speaking of running, it's been tough sledding for the Wildcats stable of backs. Marquis Johnson leads the way with 93 yards, followed by freshman Kamani Robinson, who got all 3 of his yards against Miami. Ali Scott Jr. and Juan Rodriguez have also seen time at running back. The bright spot of the receiving game has been Javon Ross, the shifty receiver out of DeLand, is the only BCU wideout with over 100 yards on the season with 131, and he is the subject of my offensive player interview this week. Let's get ready to take on South Carolina State here in Orangeburg. Javon, let's talk about the start of the season. Second play from scrimmage against FIU, 59-yard catch. You walk me through that one.
I knew that the play call was designed to go to me on a big shot, and we were down in, on the opposite side of the field, so I knew that it was, time to make a play. They threw it, Cam threw it up, and, it was just, natural response after that, go get ball. Then we, moved the chains, and then from there on, we got rolling.
Playing with two different quarterbacks can be a little confusing if you switch back and forth. How's it been like working with both Timmy McClain and Cam Ransom this season?
I wouldn't say it's too much of a difference because they're both left-handed quarterbacks. So the ball comes out a little differently, but just track it with your eyes and you'll be fine. Anything else after that is it's just discipline.
Being a local kid from DeLand, how is important to you is it to stay local, represent Volusia County here at BCU playing college ball?
Well, it's good for me considering that my support system is so close. So, everyone that was able to support me in high school, they still support me to this day. So I'll say it's a big thing, big opportunity to showcase my skills on another level.
Have you been able to learn anything from your first 2 games against FIU, against Miami, going up against tall corners, against guys with good speed?
Mm-hmm. I'll say the main thing that I learned is that every route and every catch, anything is all based on timing. You feel me? So if the timing of everything isn't correct, then everything goes wrong. From catching the ball, looking it in to running your route a certain depth or a certain steps, that all makes a difference.
Going against the stingy South Carolina State defense that's only allowed a couple of points per game through the first 2 games of the season, what have you seen on film this week to try and attack their secondary?
We see a lot of one-on-one matchups. I feel like on the outside they put a lot of trust in their guys, so I trust our outside receivers to go win, and then over the slot they tuck the nickel in the box, so I feel as if I'll be able to win one-on-one matchups against that safety and at any point in the game. So I think it'll be a big game for us.
Thank you, Javon. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Just like last season, BCU has struggled against the run to start 2025, giving up over 200 yards per game on the ground. With numbers like that, it makes sense that 2 of the top 3 tacklers are on the team on defensive backs. Linebacker Steven Sparrow has 14, but Antoine Watts also has 14, and Gabe White is close behind with 12. Johnny Harris and Cornelius Bass each have a pair of tackles for loss, and Sparrow and Keon Clark each have one of the team's 2 sacks. The BCU defense has yet to force a turnover this season, but they have come close, with the secondary being credited for 7 passes defended in 2 games. Gabe White had 2 impressive breakups last week, so I asked him about it, along with how it feels to be playing in his home state of South Carolina at his personal scouting point on the SC State offense. I'm now joined by Gabe White on the Bethune-Cookman Athletics pregame show as we get ready for Wildcats against South Carolina State here on Saturday. Gabe, let's go back to Miami last week, and I want to talk about your 2 pass deflections that basically saved touchdowns in the secondary. Walk me through those plays and what you see pre-snap and during the play.
The first one, it was a 3-1, and I know he liked to take shots at the start of the game, so we knew he was gonna go deep. So I just, playing deep, playing my technique, and doing what our coaches taught us, and then trying to just go make a play on the ball. I should have came up with an interception. Then that deep ball against Josh Moore. You know, we taught how to play the ball, so I just stayed with him all the way through it, and then you know ended up making a play, trying to help my team win.
What have you seen this week on film against the receivers for South Carolina State?
I mean, they got a guy that we keying in on, but it's nothing we haven't seen before already. So we ready to go ahead and make some plays. It's gonna be a big week for the corners, me and Johnny and guys behind us.
We're here in Charleston the night before the game. Your hometown, you're about 15 minutes from where you grew up. How good does it feel being back home in your home state? And are you going to have some support in the crowd tomorrow?
Yeah, my family's gonna be out there. It's a good feeling finally being home because you know I haven't been close to home in a while, so it's good to actually be home so everybody can come see me play.
I thank you for your time. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
For 21 years, South Carolina State football was led by legendary head coach Buddy Pugh, who led the Bulldogs to 8 MEAC titles during that span. That is to say, when he retired at the end of the 2023 season, there was a massive hole to fill here in Orangeburg. SCSU tapped Chennis Berry, then the head coach at Benedict College, for the job. Let's see how he and the Bulldogs have been getting on since then in the Week 3 edition of the Opponent Report. South Carolina State is off to a 1-1 start on the year after a narrow 16-15 win over Wofford in Week 1 and a 38-10 loss at the hands of number 10 South Carolina last week. The Bulldogs ended the year off a 9-3 resurgence and a MEAC championship in 2024 under then first-year head coach Chennis Berry, culminating in a 28-7 loss to Jackson State in the Celebration Bowl on December 14th. The Bulldogs were picked to repeat as MEAC champions, according to conference head coaches and sports information directors. 3 Bulldogs were named to preseason All-MEAC teams. Defensive back Jared Washington and defensive lineman Josh Barker were named to the first team, while offensive lineman Roger Smith was named to the second team. South Carolina State has rushed for 238 yards on the season and just over 2 yards per attempt, while passing for an average of 339 yards per game. Like the Wildcats, 2 quarterbacks have appeared in both games to start the season, with Billy Atkins leading the way with 299 yards on 29 of 48 passing. The Bulldogs' 2 touchdowns, however, have come off the arm of quarterback Ryan Stubblefield. Defensively, defensive end Mike Lunds has led the way with 3 sacks and 4.5 tackles for loss, along with the aforementioned Jared Washington with 7 tackles and 2 passes defended. So, Daryl, as we get close to kickoff here, the Bulldogs about to run through the tunnel, band on the field. We're getting close to coin toss as well. It feels good to be back in a MEAC venue, right? I was talking to all the old guys here that were here before I was,
Right.
and you were talking to everybody and saying hi to all your old friends when you used to come up here every other year. But as here come the Bulldogs out of the tunnel to the right of our broadcast position, fireworks going off, the band playing. They're going to be in the white helmets, maroon jerseys, navy pants with white numbers. The Wildcats, gold helmets, new white jerseys, white pants with gold and maroon trim. And Daryl, last word before I let you go on this matchup, and we'll see you at halftime.
Great opportunity this afternoon for the Wildcats to get on track. You know, we've been playing against the big boys. Now we're playing our level. Let's see what continuity the Cats can put together. You know, Timmy has been playing well. You know, you heard Bonbon talk. You know, Bonbon's quarterback is on South Carolina State, the third-string quarterback for South Carolina State from DeLand. So great opportunity this afternoon for the Cats.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll talk to you at halftime. Wildcats running out of the tunnel left to right. As I mentioned, brand new white jerseys for the Wildcats today. The inversion of the black jerseys that they have worn the last couple of years, a maroon and gold shoulder stripe. Both teams have large shoulder stripes and that look to have the same uniform template, a maroon and gold tri-stripe down the pants, and maroon numbers with a gold trim. For South Carolina State, white lids with the S Bulldog logo on the side, a maroon and blue tri-stripe in the middle, maroon jerseys with a white and blue stripe on the shoulders, and navy pants, white numbers with a navy trim. Joining me now to break down the play-by-play, it's former VCU football player Johnny Vickers. Johnny, this one, I just talked to Daryl, feels like a homecoming of sorts for the Wildcats back to the MEAC, but we're not going to get an easy welcome back, as this is the former MEAC champion.
No, it's never been an easy place to play. I mean, Normally, when you talk about playing South Carolina State, you talk about playing a very strong team that has a very good running game and a very strong defense. Nothing is given, everything is earned in this stadium. So you can always look forward to what they used to call smash mouth football. And so that's what I'm expecting here today.
The Wildcats trail the all-time series 34-24. As I mentioned in a pregame, this is the 62nd meeting all-time since 1956. And Johnny, you played in your fair share of games against South Carolina State. And what was your memories of playing in this building?
Well, actually, I think I only played here once, and because there were times where we opened up the season with South Carolina State in Jacksonville, and so we played them in Jacksonville like 2 or 3 times, and we came up here one time, I think, for their homecoming, and I like to say, not say, but we ruined their homecoming because we beat them that day. But like I said, they're always just very well played games. South Carolina State is a team that is generally very well coached, disciplined football, and I expect them to be like that this evening.
And South Carolina State has, kind of like the Wildcats, struggled a little bit offensively, just 2 touchdowns in the first 2 games. They've had to replace an All-American, HBCU All-American, Offensive Player of the Year in the MEAC at quarterback at Eric Phoenix, and they've kind of cobbled together a 2-man system with Billy Atkins and Ryan Stubblefield. We'll see how the Wildcats attack it. But the big thing for me tonight is you got to stop the run. I was talking to Ernest over in the other broadcast booth before the game. They don't like to run the ball because they're only averaging 2.2 yards a carry. If you give up a ground game to a team like this that has struggled to run the ball, even though they do return their starting running back in KZ Adams from last year, this is going to be a big litmus test for the Wildcats, win or lose today.
Absolutely. You always, because every team wants to establish the run in the beginning, and so this is going to be a good test, a good litmus test for the Wildcats defense to be able to really see if they can't jam up the middle and give South Carolina State some problems, as we see that they'll be kicking off first and being on defense first for this game.
Yeah, the Wildcats will kick off first. They'll kick off left to right. Juan Dominguez puts the ball on the 30-yard line. Back to receive to broadcast right. It's Shamonte Burgess, the redshirt junior out of Lake City, South Carolina, and Jalen Johnson, the graduate transfer from Grambling State. It's football time in South Carolina. It's the Wildcats and the Bulldogs, and it starts right now. The ball is in the air. It's going to go to Jalen Johnson at the 2-yard line between the hashes, cuts it left. He guys to break a tackle, slips down shy of the 20-yard line. Great special teams defense from the Wildcats at the 17-yard line.
Great tackle. The Wildcats special teams have actually been doing very well, especially on coverage. Haven't been giving up anything big, been staying in their lanes and making sure that they get to the ball and make the tackle.
Trying to catch who the quarterback is going to be to start the game. It's going to be Ryan Stubblefield, the redshirt senior, transfer from Incarnate Word. Last season, he was here, but sat behind Eric Phoenix, only attempted 17 passes, did Stubblefield. 1st and 10 for South Carolina State, right to left at their own 17-yard line. First play from scrimmage, the play-action throw to the far side, and overcooked for Jordan Smith on that far boundary, incomplete.
Yeah, it looks like the Bulldogs are looking just to kind of go tempo, get the ball out of the quarterback's hands fast, just get into a rhythm, and try to get the ball down the field. So first pass, incomplete.
Now 2nd down and 10 from the 17. Just underway here. 14:52 to go first quarter. This is only the 2nd play from scrimmage. 5 wide, and now they motion KZ Adams back into the backfield, and they'll stack the receivers 2 by 2 inside the hash marks. Snap to Stubblefield. He'll look to throw to the far side. A comebacker is caught at the 20-yard line. Great tackle at the 21 as that pass went to Smith again, and the Wildcats were all over it. Johnny Harris on the tackle.
Similar to the play we just ran, hitting the receiver, running an arrow route into the flat, getting the ball out the quarterback's hand, but a great open field tackle by the defense, making sure that he doesn't pick up any extra yards.
A 4-yard gain, make it 3rd down and 6 now from the 21-yard line, going right to left for South Carolina State. Once again, they stack the receivers 2 by 2, ball right hash, bring Jordan in motion left to right. Stubblefield forced to step up in the pocket. He's going to scramble. Right side numbers 25, leaning towards the pylon near the 27-yard line. He's going to get out of bounds for a 1st down, SCC.
Wildcats That's what when that thing happens like that, and the quarterback has to scramble out the pocket. Well, what that means is that our DBs did a good job. Did a good job covering down the field.
1st and 10 for South Carolina State. They spot the ball at their own 27-yard line. Stubblefield, clap, snap. Hand off to Adams, running right, trying to stretch the play to the far side numbers to the 30 to the 35, and dragged out of bounds at the 37-yard line.
Good stop by the defense. They picked up a little bit of extra yardage that time for being their first official run play. And hold on.
That was exactly 10 yards on the play and a Bulldog first down at the 36. No, 2nd and 1, excuse me.
The play has been stopped.
There's not. I'm trying to figure out where the chain crew is being. So the chain crew jumped the gun. It's going to be 2nd down and short. They moved all the way down the field. Now they got to come back.
Got you. There it is. There it is. I was trying to find the second one, the 10 at the first down marker, and so.
Yep. 2nd and 1 after a 9-yard run by KZ Adams, the leading returning rusher for SC State. Ball far hash at the 36-yard line. Handoff Adams in the middle. He's met immediately pushing forward. He might get 1 yard for a first down up at the 37-yard line, and they'll give it to him.
But it was a great job. Even though South Carolina State earned the first down, it was a great job by the Wildcats corralling him at the line of scrimmage. I mean, A.J. Hall getting in there real fast to make the play. And that's what you're going to want to see as this game progresses.
Hall and Tariq Hollinger comboed on the stop for the Wildcats. 1st and 10 for South Carolina State. They'll spot the ball at their own 37-yard line going right to left. And they're going to take a timeout to fix the chains.
I think the chain, they've been having some difficulties with the chain gang over there. Looks like it's been getting tangled up each time they move for the chains for a first down.
No media timeout, so we'll keep it right here. And the Wildcats once again had a chance to get off the field on 3rd down, and Stubblefield escaped the pocket and ran for it.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you what I liked in that actual moment was that the defensive line was able to get pressure on the quarterback to get him out of the pocket. Now the pocket broke down. He was able to pick up a first down. However, I think that if the Wildcats can continue getting to the quarterback, applying that pressure, we should be seeing some good things from that front 6 or 7 of the Wildcats defense.
South Carolina State hasn't tried to take the top off the defense yet, and that's, I think, because the DBs are given plenty of good coverage in the back end and allowing the front 7 to do their work.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of test taking for the South Carolina State quarterback. I know our Wildcat DBs have been doing very well in coverage, especially last week. When we talk about coverage down the field, Gabe White. Let's talk about him. Gabe White making several great plays, pass breakups down the field versus Miami, and has just been a steady force on this Wildcat secondary.
Yeah, he was my pregame interview on the pregame show. He talked about reading the eyes of the quarterback and matching up one-on-one with receivers, and he was keying in on a couple of guys that South Carolina State has and the wide out. Their best wide receiver is Jalen Johnson, the graduate transfer from Grambling State. He actually returned the opening kickoff to start the game. 4-year starter at Holy Cross High School, over 2,500 all-purpose yards. 3 seasons at McNeese, 1 season at Grambling, and now finishing out here at South Carolina State. Well, the chains have been fixed, apparently, and it'll be 1st down and 10 for South Carolina State from their own 37-yard line going right to left. No score here in the first quarter, 13 minutes to go in the opening frame. Stubblefield still out there, the right-handed cornerback. Adams on his right hip. 2 receivers to the short side. That's the far side of the field, ball right hash. Pre-snap motion with Johnson. Fake the handoff. Stubblefield rolls right pass over the middle. Is caught in the seam at the 45, the 50 into Wildcat territory at the Wildcat 45-yard line. Just a simple drag route. Jordan Smith makes the catch and run.
Wildcats have to be mindful. They cannot miss tackles. When we miss tackles, it always ends up for a big game and positive yardage for the other team.
Check that. DeAndre Ruffin, the graduate transfer from Allen, made that catch and run. Into Wildcat territory now go the Bulldogs. 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line. Stubblefield back to pass. Has pressure. Throws deep over the middle. Man wide open. Back shoulder catch at the 25-yard line, and he rumbles all the way down to the 13-yard line before he's dragged down.
South Carolina State created a matchup issue with the running back coming out the backfield on Stephen Sparrow, and the running back just beat Sparrow to the spot, and they were able to complete the pass.
Mason Pickett-Hicks was the man downfield for the Bulldogs. That'll put them in the red zone at the 13-yard line. And we said they hadn't taken the top off the defense yet. They did it right there. Nice throw by Stubblefield right between the safeties. First and 10 in the red zone for South Carolina State on this opening drive of the game. Receivers bunched up near side. They'll hand the ball off to Pickett-Hicks up the middle. He's got a hold of the 5, pushing forward to the 4-yard line.
Now, what you don't want to happen is for South Carolina State to be able to gain momentum, which is what they're doing here. So you want to do something to disrupt this drive.
Quick pass, far side, incomplete, batted away.
Completely caught the Wildcats off guard. Wildcats didn't look like they were ready and lined up for that particular play.
And the only person who was paying attention was Isaiah Washburn, who got the breakup.
So
thankfully, or that would have been a touchdown.
Yeah, I think the quarterback overthrew it just a little bit, threw it behind his receiver. But the Wildcats were not ready, but luck turned our way in that play.
Lots of changes on both sides now. It'll be second down and goal from the 3-yard line for South Carolina State, attacking the end zone to listeners left. Full house in the backfield. Play action, handoff up the middle to the 1-yard line. That's Casey Fields, the bruiser back, the sophomore out of Helena Island. And they get down to the 1-yard line.
They're back on the line again.
And they are quickly with that jumbo look in the backfield. The handoff to Fields. He's wrestled down back at the 3. Woo! Great job by Cornelius Bass, who shot the gap and brought him down.
Wildcats are bending but not breaking. And what a great tackle by Bass, just shooting the gap and wrapping up on the running back and then driving him back.
That's now second down and goal from the 3. They take the jumbo look out. They bring Adams back in the pistol look. Stubblefield motions Johnson to the left-hand side. It's going to be a reverse. Moving and throwing the ball is the receiver, and it's incomplete.
Broken up by Nick Rawls.
I'll tell you what, the wide receiver, DeAndre Ruffin, caught the reverse ball, and it was going to be a double pass to Johnson, who was on a streak in the back of the end zone. Nick Rawls broke it up.
Nick Rawls on great coverage on the receiver, able to break up what was potentially a touchdown play.
South Carolina State opening up the playbook here on the opening drive. 10 minutes, 26 seconds to go. It'll be third and goal from the Wildcat 3-yard line. Let's see if the Wildcats can get a half stop here. Stubblefield with Adams on his left hip. Both receivers on the left-hand side of the formation. Now 3 receivers on the left-hand side. And whistles into stoppage of play. And I think the Wildcats called a timeout.
Yep.
Yeah, they were not ready for that overload on the left-hand side. They motioned both receivers and then the tight end out there. It was a mismatch.
Yeah, they're overloading the side, and they're basically telling you where they're going to run, and you're going to have to beat us there. And so ultimately the Wildcats have been doing what they need to do to keep the Bulldogs out of the end zone. And the Wildcats, Coach Woody saw something that he didn't like, so he called timeout to make sure that in this drive, in this third and goal drive, that they're able to keep this goal line stand going.
We'll go to timeout. When we come back, a big play, third and goal for South Carolina State on the other side. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network in 1380 WELE. Back at Dawson Stadium in Orangeburg, South Carolina, it's the opening drive of the game between the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats and the South Carolina State Bulldogs. And South Carolina State is in prime position. 3rd down and goal at the 3-yard line of Bethune-Cookman, attacking the end zone to listeners left with 10:26 to go in the opening half. They've drove 80 yards to get to this point. Can the Wildcats stop them from getting 3 more on this play? They'll line up at the 3-yard line. Stubblefield once again will be in the pistol with Adams behind him. They'll swap the formation that they were in before we went to break and put all 3 receivers plus the tight end on the right-hand side. That's the far side of the field. Now both tight ends move to the left. Man in motion. Jet sweep. Jalen makes a man miss. Oh, it's a keeper by Stubblefield. He's in. He fooled me. He completely fooled me and the rest of the Wildcat defense. I thought it was going to be a jet sweep to Johnson, but Stubblefield kept it plunged up the middle for a South Carolina State touchdown.
Yeah, great fake, getting a chance so he can freeze the defense, and then just running behind his big offensive lineman for the touchdown. Now, I will tell you, the Wildcats didn't make it easy. It wasn't like he just walked into the end zone. He took a couple of hits before he fell forward.
But I'll tell you what, Johnny Harris was completely fooled because he wrapped up the jet sweeper. And if he had handed the ball off, that play was going nowhere because Harris was right there. But unfortunately, Stubblefield kept it, dove up the middle for a 3-yard touchdown. It's the first rushing touchdown of the season for South Carolina State football, and only their 3rd now in 3 games. Again, the Wildcats don't have a touchdown on the year through 2 games. This is Nico Cavanillas Alti, the kicker. Hits the ball all the way into the parking lot on that extra point. And it's 7-0 South Carolina State with 10 minutes and 22 seconds to go in the opening half. That was a 14-play, 83-yard drive. The big play, the 30-yard strike down the middle to DeAndre Ruffin to set the Bulldogs up in the red zone.
I mean, great methodical drive by South Carolina State, but I think the Wildcats stuck with them all through that drive. You know, had some missed tackles down the field, but ultimately they were able to correct some things. So I think the Wildcats are still in a good position, even though they've given up a touchdown, to be able to really see what the Bulldogs are doing schematically on the offense and be able to put a stop to all of it.
Nico Cavanillas Alti, the former NAIA national champion at Kaiser University in South Florida, gets ready to kick it off to the Wildcats. Originally from Spain, moved to Oregon, played soccer, didn't play football till his sophomore year of college, and now is a graduate student here at South Carolina State.
Oh, man.
Cavanillas with the left foot, puts it in the air right to left. Marquis Johnson will stand at the 5-yard line. He'll bring it back from the 3 far side numbers. Now cut it back to the middle of the field. There's a lane. He breaks an arm tackle to the 25 and wrestled down from behind to the 28-yard line. Good return by Johnson.
I think Marquis is one of those ones like Darnell Dees last year, who's only a lane away from taking it.
He's on house call watch every time he touches the ball.
I know, reservations for 6 upcoming.
All right, let's see how the offense looks. Very stagnant through the first 2 weeks of the season. Timmy McLean's going to lead the maroon and gold in the all-white, white jerseys, white pants, gold lids. Onto the field, going left to right. They'll start at their own 28-yard line. 3 receivers all to the left, 2 to the right, 5 wide set on 1st and 10. McLean alone in the backfield. Now Johnson comes in motional, takes the jet sweep. No correction. McLean keeps it up the middle and gets 1 yard to the 39. Oh, sorry, to the 29.
Looks like the Wildcats are looking to see if they can freeze the defense as well to be able to make something happen up the middle. Picking up positive yardage, I think that's the biggest thing for this play.
I know you hear the pride back there. They made the trip today.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, this will be the last true road trip they make besides the Classic this year. They'll go 5 wide again here on 2nd down and 9 from their own 29. McLean back to pass against the 4-man rush. Fires over the middle. Caught by Javon Ross at the 35. Spinning at the 40. And pulled down at the 44-yard line for a first down, Bethune-Cookman.
Well, we have a flag. We have a flag on the play. Back at the 28.
I think they're going to call holding there?
No, it looked like ineligible man downfield.
Potentially. I was watching the receiver, so I didn't see that.
We got to see.
Yeah, that's the 3rd time this season we've been hit with an ineligible receiver penalty. And this time it negates a big first down, and the Wildcats will now face second down and 15.
Well, you know, there's a little bit when, especially in passing plays, there's a little bit of grace that is given to the offensive lineman. Like there's a small invisible box that they cannot go out of, and if you go past that box, then they're going to call that penalty every time.
5-yard penalty. Now back at the 24-yard line. Second down and 15. They'll maintain that 5-wide set. McLean takes the snap. 4-man rush. He'll escape out the back door at the 25. Cuts midfield to the 30 and up to the 32-yard line. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage plus 2 more. That'll set up third down and 8.
Good job by McLean, just getting positive yardage, getting us back to just past the original line of scrimmage. Had great protection up front, so I'm very proud of the Wildcats offensive line.
4 in, 4 out for SC State on this third and long. This time they'll go 3 receivers to the wide side left. Johnson in the backfield with a little bit of extra protection. 3rd and 8 for the Wildcats of their own 32. McLean drops back. He throws far side of the field and undercuts Lorenzo Jenkins, who was trying to come back to the ball. The Wildcats wanted a holding call on the cornerback Jared Washington, the first-team All-MEAC preseason player. None coming, so it's a 4th down, and the penalty negates a Wildcat drive.
I can see South Carolina State is getting a little bit of home cooking right now, considering that the DB made contact with Lorenzo Jenkins coming out of his break, which should have been a flag because that's who McLean was throwing the ball to.
Max Tulin back to pass. It'll be Jalen Johnson, or back to punt, Jalen Johnson to retrieve at his own 25-yard line. Johnson, of course, the transfer from Grambling State, returned 10 punts for an average of 10 yards per. Tulin, who wasn't great last week, gets a nice one off. Back to the 25-yard line. Johnson going to return, makes one man miss to the 30, to the boundary at the 35, and run out of bounds at the 37-yard line. You can see the twitchiness, the quick speed of Jalen Johnson right there. As after this break, South Carolina State up 7-0 with 8:31 to go in the first quarter. We'll get the ball back. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Dawson Stadium in Orangeburg, South Carolina, we've got 8 minutes and 31 seconds to go in the opening quarter. It's the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 0, the South Carolina State Bulldogs 7. The Wildcats go 3 and out on their first offensive series of the day, not helped by an ineligible receiver downfield penalty that negated a first down catch for Javon Ross.
Yeah, we shoot ourselves in the foot one more time. Typically, on the first big play, what's happened this season, the first big play is normally accompanied with a penalty.
All right, here we go. South Carolina State, after a nice return by Jalen Johnson on the punt, will start at their own 37-yard line, going right to left. They went 83 yards on 14 plays for a touchdown on their first drive. In the pistol, the handoff goes to KZ Adams. He weaves his way to the 40, to the 45, and to the second level before he's finally brought down by Dairo Melendez Jr. tracking back. Nicholas Rawls also there.
Bulldogs going tempo.
Already a snap for a first down. Stubblefield underneath. The pass is caught in Wildcat territory at the 49. 2 more yards to the 47 for Jordan Smith. His third target already in the game.
Looks like the Bulldogs are trying to go tempo, get the Wildcats out of rhythm defensively.
No, that was second down, excuse me. They didn't get first down yardage on that first play. Now they have first down yardage to the Wildcat 47. Chains moved, first downs. Double clap by Stubblefield on a hard count. Now he'll look to the sideline to change the play. Jalen Johnson is the boundary receiver on the wide side, near side for South Carolina State. 3 receivers in the pattern overall. Play action. Stubblefield back to pass. He's going to take a shot down the field looking for Johnson. Gabe White is right there.
Oh.
And Johnson had to play defense, and White almost had another pick.
Listen now, Gabe White was playing receiver at that time.
Hey, not to take anything away from Jalen Johnson, that was pretty good defensive for him. He got the hand up there, batted it down.
He had to be able to try to bat it down, because that was going to be a definite interception by Gabe White.
It was an overthrow by about 5 to 10 yards by Stubblefield as well. And Gabe White is so locked down. I mean, you saw it last week against Miami.
Yeah, you're not going to go deep on him too many times.
2nd and 10 now for South Carolina State from the Wildcat 47.
Run.
Play action, pass, middle, wide open. Johnson on a wheel route near side of the boundary to the 20 and pushed out of bounds at the 15-yard line by Antoine Watts. The corner got was that a corner blitz that was missed, or did we just completely miss Johnson?
He held the defense with the formation and the play action, getting the receiver out on an island and just being able to outrun the cornerback who was peeking in the backfield.
All the way inside the red zone at the Wildcat 14-yard line. Here we go again. Bulldogs threatening to go up 14-0 here with 7 minutes and 3 seconds in the first quarter.
Again, repairing the chains.
That's the second time we've had to repair the chains in this first quarter, and I think it almost helps Bethune-Cookman breathe a little bit, because I don't think watching the last 2 games for South Carolina State on film, the Wildcats were prepared for this kind of tempo.
No, and this is the thing. If South Carolina State substitutes any players, then the Wildcats have a chance to substitute players. But if they're not and they're just getting to the line, that means the Wildcats don't have a chance to get any new players, fresh legs back onto the field. So this actually helps the Wildcats, get a breather, get a little bit of water, get their mind back right, and get back to be able to try to make a play so the so the Bulldogs do not score on their second consecutive drive.
That Stubblefield pass was complete to Jalen Johnson for 34 yards down to the BCU 14. That's the second 30-plus yard pass play that the Wildcats have given up. And they haven't given up a lot of deep pass plays in the season to this point, but they haven't faced an offense like this South Carolina State offense yet.
Absolutely, and so this is going to be a real good test to see about how they match up. South Carolina State, like I said earlier, has always been a very well-coached team, disciplined play, so the Wildcats have, a big task ahead of them.
After the timeout to fix the chains, it'll be 1st and 10 for South Carolina State, deep in Wildcat territory at the 14-yard line. Stubblefield with Adams to his left. He keeps the ball, throws a pitch to the left side. The pass is caught by the tight end, Nick Brown. He's run out at the 6-yard line. 4-yard pickup. Actually, they'll mark him out at the 4. They immediately sprint back to the line. 3 receivers all to the right-hand side of the formation. 2nd and 3. The handoff, Adams running left, gets a block at the 5, stretches for the pylon, and looks like he's in. Nope, he's out at the 1. 1st and goal for South Carolina State. I'm not sure it really is going to matter.
Out at the 1. Good job by the Wildcats, just extending the play and extending him to the sideline.
Once again, they'll go quickly. 1 receiver left, 2 right. Handoff, touchdown. Adams. He'll just bully his way in behind the offensive line. 2nd straight rushing touchdown for South Carolina State in the first quarter, and it's 13-0 with 5:48 to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, South Carolina State came out, and it came out just fast, getting back on the ball, snap the ball, get back on the ball, snap the ball. And actually, it's reminiscent of how the Wildcats used to run their offense back in 2010 under head coach Brian Jenkins, who we will be facing next week.
We'll see next week. So there's going to be a lot of up-tempo in the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
Between South Carolina State and Chettis Berry, and extra point is good by Cavanius. And it's 14-0 Well, not 19-0, which just went up on the scoreboard, 14-0, with 6:09 to go in the first quarter. Here we go again, Johnny. This feels like exactly the same as the first 2 weeks. We can't stop anything on defense, but this time it's not the run, it's the pass.
Well, these are the type of things that you have to be able to make adjustments in the moment, right? So you see that SC State is going tempo, so now you try to figure out how you can negate that part of their game, getting them out of bounds, making sure that the clock stops, doing certain things that do not allow them to get back to the line as fast. It's the game within the game that many people talk about. So that's what the Wildcats need to do right now.
And I'm going to repeat a point that you tell me a lot. The offense needs to sustain drives, especially with the tempo of South Carolina State. We can't have our defense on the field every 5 minutes getting gassed and gassed and gassed. We got to get a long drive out of the offense here.
Yeah, especially with how they're moving right now and how efficiently South Carolina State is moving the ball down the field. The Wildcat offense, we cannot get first down plays and then have them negated by penalties. It does nothing but hurt us. And then when those happen, we haven't been able to get back on the ball and continue to move the ball down the field, even if we face that type of adversity. So we have to be able to make sure that we play as close to mistake-free football as possible, because like we just saw, we may not get every call. Like there should have been a pass interference call when Lorenzo Jenkins got hit before the ball got to him, but we didn't get it. So we have to make sure that we do not do anything that will hurt us down the road in this game.
This is not the first matchup between the Wildcats and the Bulldogs this weekend. BCU Volleyball took a 3-0 win over South Carolina State back at Moore Gym last night. Also dropped a 5-setter to Charleston Southern last night, and of course fell 0-3 today to a very good Jacksonville team. But like last night, I was watching the Charleston Southern game during my prep for this game last night, and that was a tough one. You feel the Wildcats should have had that fifth set.
Yeah, they should have, but we constantly have to remember that Coach Brittany Williams is dealing with a very, very young team. And so there's going to be a big learning curve for those young ladies, but they're going to get those licks. They're going to be able to grow from them, and hopefully they'll be able to win games down the road.
Just 2 weeks till SWAC season starts in volleyball. But back here, we're just about set to go for the Wildcats' second drive of the game. Nico Cavanillas gets set to kick it off. 6:09 to go in the first quarter. The Bulldogs have scored on each of their first two drives. Both look very similar. A long pass sets up a short run for a Bulldogs touchdown.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cavanillas kicking right to left. Marquis Johnson inside his own 5-yard line to the far side of the hash marks. The ball's going to go right to him at the 3. He's going to bring it out at the far side numbers, cut back to the middle of the field, look for a lane, cuts back across the grade. A penalty flag flies as he is tackled at the 22-yard line, and 26-yard line, but he's going to bring it back.
Holding.
Yeah,
it's going to be holding.
I didn't even have my binoculars for that one, and I saw it from all the way up here.
I saw it all the way up here. That's going to be coming back.
The Wildcats were decent in penalties through the first 2 weeks. I mean, just 10 penalties in the first 2 games, but now 2 penalties. Oh, it's worse. It's a blindside block, so it's half the distance to the goal and not just 15 yards.
Yes, so old school plays are illegal in this age of college football. So you cannot blindside block a person without seeing them. You just can't run through them if they're not looking at you. So you have to keep your head on the swivel, but you cannot do that. That is illegal now and will cost you half the distance to the goal.
Wildcats will start at their own 10-yard line, 1st and 10, going left to right. And it's going to be a false start.
False start.
As Kamani Robinson is actually getting the start this drive at running back after an impressive weekend last week against Miami. And that'll put us back to the 5-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes both on offense and defense, you try to time the snap to be able to have that much more of an advantage on your opponent. But you have to be careful, or things like that will happen, like the false start we just got.
Third penalty of the first quarter for the Wildcats, and they'll start the drive at their own 5-yard line. going left to right. The gold lids, all white, everything else. McLean with Ali Scott Jr. now on his left hip. Now 4 receivers on the left-hand side. McLean throws the bubble screen to the left, caught at the 5-yard line, making a cut up to the 12. I can't quite catch a number. It's Javon Ross, and that'll get close, back to the original line of scrimmage +3, so it'll be 2nd down and 7 at the 13-yard line.
Wildcats going tempo themselves now.
Yeah, now 3 receivers left to the wide side of the field. They'll throw a screen that way. That's Ross. He's got a blocker, and he runs into the back of his own blocker, Miles Morales, and gets nothing. Maybe 1 yard up to the 15, so it's going to be 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, I mean, when you catch the ball, sometimes you can't just be dancing where you catch it. You just have to get it, pick a lane, and go and get as much yardage as you can. And because you'll end up doing just that, running into the back of your blocker and giving the defense time to get to the ball and make the tackle.
Markey Johnson comes back in at running back. 3 receivers, ball far hash, 3rd down and 5 for the Wildcats, 5:17, and counting to go down 14-0 here in this first quarter. Here comes the blitz. McLean back to pass, throws over the middle. Wide open is Ross at the 25. He breaks a tackle at the 30, and he could be gone. He's at midfield. He's at the 40. He's at the 30. The Markey Johnson is dragged down at the 7-yard line. All the way back to make the tackle is Jared Washington. I thought it was Ross, but no, it's Markey Johnson. But there is a flag, and a player with a helmet off, it looks like a face mask, is going to be called on the Wildcats. Oh, my goodness.
He's coming back. They're going to see it. Let's see.
I just saw the replay. Great little route by Markey Johnson out of the backfield.
A nice quick slant.
And it's holding on. I'm not sure who got there.
I couldn't hear.
I think it might have been. I think it might have been David Fatasi, the left guard.
Man.
So now it'll be 3rd down and a mile.
What would have put us
on their 5-yard line.
1st and goal. Now we are
back at our own,
in the shadow of our own goal line.
It's 3rd and 14. So a 9-yard penalty. And it's back at our own 8-yard line. My goodness. Man. Penalties.
That hurts.
Let's see what they got. 3rd down and 14 at their own 7-yard line. McLean play action in his own end zone, has to escape, and he's going to be sacked. Lost the ball, and it's a touchdown for South Carolina State. That's the 2nd time that Timmy McLean has lost the ball on 3rd and long this season. This time it's picked up, and Malik Harp, all he has to do is walk into the end zone. The Orlando native makes it a 3-score game for South Carolina State, and this has gone from a MEAC rivalry to a MEAC shellacking right quick.
At that point, with Timmy McLean, you just have to sometimes just take that sack and just take the yardage loss to be able to protect the ball so you don't give up any extra points.
But that was exactly the same play we saw against Miami last week. He tried to make something happen on 3rd and long when we were in field goal range, fumbled the ball. Now 3rd and long, backed up inside our own 5, fumbles the ball. Malik Harp, the graduate transfer from Fort Valley, picks it up, walks it in. Cavanius on for the extra point. It is good, and it is 21-0 with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go in the first quarter. Oh boy, it's a nightmare first quarter for the Wildcats.
It is. Now, this is what I'm looking for. The Wildcats offense is coming right back on the field, so they have a chance to be able to redeem this drive, okay? So the defense is not back out on the field, so they get a little bit more of a breather. So I'm looking for the Wildcats to have a little fire lit up under their butt and redeem this past drive. Now, I'm also looking for the referees to make sure that this is called both ways. Like, so we missed a pass interference call, but you call hands to the face down here on a first what would put
an 80-yard play,
play, which would have put the Wildcats 1st and goal from their 5-yard line. So this is just a good chance to see how the Wildcats bounce back. You know what I mean? So this is what football is all about.
Officially, the live stats have it 3 penalties for 24 yards. I don't think that's right. I think we have 5 penalties in this first quarter.
This is tough, but this is where you have to kind of keep your mind and keep your head in the game. We talk about keeping your head in the game. This is what the Wildcats need to do. Keep their head in the game.
Cavanillas kicks off. It's a spiraling kick fielded at the 2-yard line by Markey Johnson. He'll bring it out, look for blocks ahead of him. Far side numbers 20, 25, 30, dragged down from behind to the 35-yard line. Again, oh, that's Javon Ross back there. They took Markey Johnson off of returns and put Ross on there this time.
Yeah, because he had that long 80-yard run.
He
so
probably still winded there, yeah.
Needed a little bit of a breather. But, I mean, good job by Javon Ross getting positive yardage on that kickoff. It looked like he was almost about to break it.
Yeah, so
he had just half a second longer on that block.
So here's the Wildcat offense again. Their best starting field position out past the 35 and the 37-yard line, going left to right. 4 minutes and 6 seconds to go in the first quarter. Wildcats down 21-0 to South Carolina State. 3 receivers in the formation. They'll hand the ball off. Running left is Kamani Robinson. He makes a man miss at the 40 and dives forward to the 43-yard line. Nice play on first down of 6 yards.
Good positive yardage, getting upfield and just making the best of that particular run.
Robinson immediately back up in the pistol as the Wildcats will go tempo. Malik Huggins across the formation. They hand the ball off to Robinson. He's wrestled down to the backfield 40-yard line, loss of 3, and it's going to be 3rd down and long.
Now, this is what the Wildcats have to do, especially Timmy McClain. If you're doing the veer read option, you have to be able to read that defensive lineman. If he's coming down beeline to your running back, you have to be able to pull that ball and get around the corner of the line.
Here we go, 3rd down and
36.
7, because they're better back with a 40. 3rd and 7 for the Wildcats. Bunch formation, trips to the near side. McClain under pressure. McClain throws deep over the middle, and he underthrows Malik Huggins by a long way. Skipped it 10 yards behind him, and it's another 3 and out for the Wildcats. No penalties that time, but they just, I don't know. There is nothing going right for the Wildcats in this first quarter.
I think the Wildcats, if they look at what's happening and what I'm seeing, ladies and gentlemen, the Wildcats are only a play or 2 away of correcting this thing and being able to compete positively in this game.
Max Tulin to punt again for the 2nd time today. He's got his heels on his own 25, punting left to right. Jalen Johnson at his own 20. First punt was good from Tulin. He almost gets it blocked, but he gets it away. He forces Johnson all the way back to the near side numbers of the 10. He's going to return it, dances around, makes one man miss, cutting back to the far side, and he is hammered at the 13-yard line right in the middle of the field.
By Joshua Thornhill.
Yeah, that's a big play by Thornhill. Jalen Johnson, every time he gets the ball, he looks like he wants to dance in a phone booth with a couple of these guys. Looks like a boxer with some of that footwork.
But great job by the Wildcats coverage team. I mean, once again, the Wildcats special teams are stepping up to make sure that they give our offense and our defense a fighting chance in this game. So great job by Thornhill coming up, making that play, and to keep the Bulldogs on their side of the field.
This will be the shortest field position, or the longest field position, for South Carolina State in this first quarter. They go right to left with 2:50 to go, up 21-0. They're at their own 13-yard line. Ryan Stubblefield in at quarterback. He'll run, and the reverse comes back the other way. And it's going to be a throw down the field, and it's a wide-open receiver. DeAndre Ruffin wrestled down at the Wildcat 40 by Joshua Thornhill, a touchdown-saving tackle. They ran the reverse to Jordan Smith, and he, as he was being dragged to the ground, just threw it to a wide-open Ruffin down the near side numbers.
I mean, great for staying at home for that reverse. However, our DB took their eyes off of the receiver. And it was the play that they ran
and
in
missed.
The end zone.
Yeah.
And missed out on.
In that first drive, first and 10 at the Wildcat 38-yard line.
Pass.
Stubblefield throwing far sideline, pass caught at the 30 and wrestled down at the 26-yard line for another big gain. And a flag comes out late.
It's going to be looking like a targeting call. They're going to try to get it for a targeting call on, I think, Johnny Harris.
The pass was caught by Jordan Smith.
They're going to have to review it, but I think they're going to say that it was a possible targeting.
That's on the far side of the field from us here in the booth. We'll wait to see it on replay. But that was a late flag coming out from the back judge. So we are waiting for a potential penalty call. That's Tariq Hollinger who they're going to get for the targeting. And now we'll go to a review to see if Tariq Hollinger will stay in this football game. I don't know. Thinking back to all the VCU games I've seen over the past 3 years covering this team, yeah.
He's going to be gone.
He was being, so Jordan Swift was being wrapped up by Johnny Harrison, being dragged to the ground, and Tariq Hollinger just comes in late, uses the helmet. He is going to be out of here in my professional opinion, but this may be the worst quarter of football I've seen BCU play in 4 years covering BCU athletics.
Yeah, and just like last week at the University of Miami, their starting linebacker, like 3 plays into the game, he went out of, he had to leave the game for targeting. And so if this targeting call is upheld, which I think it is, which I think it will be, then that means he will not be able to play until
the second half.
Really, the second quarter.
Yeah.
The second quarter of next week's game.
And that's Tariq Hollinger, the redshirt freshman out of Orlando, Florida, transfer from Presbyterian. Man, played 7 games last year at Presbyterian with 8 tackles. So they didn't get ejected. They're not adding any penalty yards on, so no targeting. But it is still a first down for South Carolina State. They'll be at the Wildcat 28-yard line.
So, it takes me back to game 1 with Ricky Shaw and him taking that hit on that long pass before, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure out the consistency of calls.
I don't think anybody knows the rule at this point.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out the consistency of calls that have been happening because they seem a lot of them seem pretty inconsistent at this point.
They'll officially spot the ball at the Wildcat 27 going right to left. 2:29 to go in the first quarter. 21-0 South Carolina State looking for more. Stubblefield hands the ball off, and a great read by Tyler Smith on his first carry of the game to fall forward to the 22-yard line. Smith, the redshirt junior from Gaffney, South Carolina. They already on the ball again. Smith, the handoff. He bounced it around the outside to the right, and he gets a first down yardage at the 18, all the way down to the 16-yard line. Once again, South Carolina State just going quick, going quick, going quick. They're already set up and ready to go at the Wildcat 17-yard line. Stubblefield hands the ball off to Smith up the middle. He gets backside, dragged down at the 13-yard line. 4-yard gain on first down, 2nd and 6.
Wildcats are bending, not breaking on this drive. Unfortunately, still hurt by penalties. This is probably the most penalized quarter that we have had.
This looks like last year when the Wildcats struggled with penalties.
Yeah.
Free ride right, nobody ride to the left. They'll run the ball again with Smith. This time he gets nothing at the 11-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 5. Nice stop by the Wildcats that time.
Adrian Hall and Jeremy Greaves there for the stop.
Yep. They bring Mason Pickett-Hicks back in, the Rock Hill, South Carolina native.
If the Wildcats can make a stop here and get away with 3 points, then they've done a good job.
3rd and 4 for South Carolina State at the Wildcat 11-yard line. The tight end, Cyrus Ellison, motions to the right-hand side of the formation. Stubblefield taps his hip to change the play. Wildcats show pressure, but only bring 4. They throw to the wide side of the field. Wide open is Jordan Smith at the 5, diving for the pylon. A flag comes in. He's going to be marked out at the 1. Well, let's check the flag. It was thrown right as Jordan Smith caught the ball. Again, the defensive backs for the Wildcats just completely miss it.
What's the flag? Because I didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything untoward happen except the flag being thrown.
Not unless there's something that happened on the interior line of scrimmage that we missed.
Apologies, we are using a different streaming setup. Oh, offensive pass interference.
Oh, so what? That's how he got open that. they use the good old-fashioned pick play. And so when you run the pick play and you run into that defender, especially when the ball is in the air, that's going to end up being offensive pass interference. So the Wildcats have another play to breathe, a 3rd and long. So hopefully now we can be able to get off the field, maybe get them outside of field goal position to be able to make sure that our offense can make something happen.
Well, now it'll be 3rd down on a country mile and 24 yards to go. They're all the way back at the 26-yard line. Got to get to the 5-yard line for a 1st down. They motion Johnson to the right-hand side of the field. 3 over there. Stubblefield over the middle. Almost intercepted. It hit the Wildcat defender right in the chest. Oh, my goodness. Montravius Lloyd should have had that one.
Listen, the Wildcats have dropped at least 7 interceptions
this season.
First three games. Oh, man, right in the chest. And, I mean, it could have been a possibly great return. But way to jump the crossing route, that deep dig. Way to jump it.
So now here's Cavanius Alti. He's 4 of 6 on field goals this season with a long of 41. This one from 44. The left footer will put his foot through it. It has the distance, and it has the accuracy. And with 19 seconds to go in the 1st quarter, yes, it's still the 1st quarter. It's 24-0 South Carolina State. This 1st quarter has lasted almost an hour.
Man, this 1st quarter has not been kind to the Wildcats, and the Wildcats have not done themselves any favors right now. Coach Woody and his staff, they've actually been calling very good plays, especially in the passing game down the field, but we've just been hurting ourselves when it comes to the penalties, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully now we can get ourselves a little bit reset. We have 13 seconds left to go in the 1st quarter, and so the Wildcats will, depending upon how long this return is, the Wildcats will be starting their first play, their first drive.
Yeah. So the Wildcats have been credited officially with 3 penalties for 24 yards. 1 on a kick return, and 2 that negated 1st downs. 1 a 1st down that went all the way to the SC State 5 that came back. Would have been an 80-yard gain.
Man, I'm going to have nightmares about that one.
So with 13 seconds to go in the 1st quarter, it's 24-0 South Carolina State. Cavadius getting set to kick it off right to left. Last time Javon Ross made the return, it looks like Ross is out there again standing at the goal line. Cavadius is going to kick it right to him at the right hash, middle of the field. He's going to bring it out to the 10, the 15, makes a man miss at the 20-yard line and is stacked up at the 22. And 13 seconds to go and counting, and that will be potentially the end of the 1st quarter. No, the clock stops at 6 seconds, so the Wildcats will have to run 1 play to finally get out of the 1st quarter. It feels like we've played it up for a half here.
I know that's right. You know, and let's just be honest, we had to take a little bit of time to fix the chain like twice, and so other things that have stalled and delayed this 1st quarter of play. So,
and the Wildcats technically do not have a 1st down because all their 1st down yardage has been negated by penalties. In this 1st half, they're down 24-0, starting at their own 22-yard line, going left to right. Handoff, left-hand side. Marquis Johnson cuts back against the grain, gets 2 yards up to the 24.
South Carolina State showing good flow to the ball, and so into the 1st, showing good flow to the ball. So hopefully the Wildcats can hit them with something like some type of counter, some type of trap to make sure and catch them and make flow go the other way for a big yardage gain.
Well, I'm not sure what to say about that 1st quarter, so I'm just going to go to break. It's the SC State Bulldogs 24, Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 0. We'll be back for the 2nd quarter of action. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network. Back at Dawson Stadium, we're getting set for the start of the second quarter here. And it's gone about as poorly for Bethune-Cookman as you could possibly get. It's 24-0 South Carolina State. The Wildcats don't have a first down. They've had yardage all negated by penalties. They're credited with 3 penalties. I think it should be closer to 5 penalties. And South Carolina State has pretty much moved the ball at will, and it's 24-0, including a strip sack fumble for a touchdown as Timmy McLean tried to do a little bit too much with the football in the middle of that first quarter. Let's get you some official statistics from the first quarter. 11 first downs to nothing. -1 rushing yards for BCU, 60 for South Carolina State. This is a South Carolina State team, if you missed the top of the broadcast, that averages 2.2 yards per carry on the season coming in. They've given up 162 yards through the air. That's 20 yards per reception. The Wildcats have 10 receiving yards, so they have 9 total yards in the first quarter. And again, they've moved the ball more than that, but all of it's been negated by penalties. And a big second down coming up for the Wildcats. They're at their own 27-yard line, and they've got second down and 8. Timmy McLean in at quarterback. 2 receivers to the short, wide side of the field. Ball far hash. 1 receiver to the near side. That's Josh Evans. They'll hand them. No, McLean keeps over the middle. Pitch to the 30. Caught and spinning his way for first down yardage near the 40-yard line is the Wildcat receiver. Terrell Short Jr. had 3 receptions for 19 yards last week against Miami. He finally gets the first official Wildcat first down. No flags anywhere. I don't see anything.
No. Good play just getting the ball out of McLean's hands really fast.
Wildcats go tempo with the 38-yard line. McLean far side almost threw a pick 6. Threw it way behind Terrell Short, and all MEAC cornerback Jared Washington broke on the ball, and Timmy McLean has to thank his lucky stars that was a bad pass. Because if that was where he intended it to be, that's going back for 6.
That was going back for 6. He would have still been running at this point in time. So, you know, you have to not just be able to get the ball out your hands, but in doing so, you have to be able to read the defense and read what the secondary is giving you.
3 receivers left, single right. The running back is Kamani Robinson on the left hip of McLean. 2nd and 10 for the Wildcats at the 37-yard line. McLean wheels around to the left. The holding call is going to come as McLean goes all the way out of bounds at the 50. He got around the left-hand side, and multiple flags flying. It's going to be a hold.
It's going to be a hold. It's back near where the offensive line was, and I mean, number 72.
That's Travaris Hammond, the left tackle.
You cannot continue to shoot yourself in the foot.
That's another first down negated by a penalty, because it was a nice run by Timmy McLean. He got all the way around the left edge and scampered to the 50-yard line.
I'm surprised that there wasn't a penalty because he was pushed when he was out of bounds.
They're not going to call something that ticky-tack.
Oh, yes they will. Yes they will. But unfortunately, the Wildcats are not getting it. But we cannot shoot. We can't do anything about what they do. We can only do what and take care of ourselves and what we do.
2nd and 20 now. Wildcats back at the 27-yard line. McLean throws it over the middle.
It
is
incomplete.
Incomplete. Just skipped it to Terrell Short. That was a blitz coming from the near side by the cornerback, Balin Oliver. And McLean had to barely get it away. Threw it short towards Terrell Short Jr., and now it's 3rd and 20.
Wow. I mean, that was Kevon Chisholm who gave pressure to McLean to have him get rid of the ball probably a little bit faster than what he wanted to.
Yeah, Chisholm, the redshirt freshman from Estill, South Carolina, 3rd and 20 from the Wildcats' own 28-yard line, going right to left. McLean faces pressure from the backside, has to step up in the pocket, still on his feet, now escapes to his left, running. He throws it deep down the field. It is intercepted. Intercepted at the SC State 40-yard line. Just chucked it up to see if Ross or Malik Huggins could go get it, and neither one of them could. And right at the boundary.
I mean, great job by McLean trying to extend the play, but there was no way that Javon Ross could have gotten to that ball. I mean, he would have been better off throwing it a little bit shorter than what he did because he overthrew Ross by at least 3 or 4 yards.
Well, second turnover of the game for the Wildcats. The first was a fumble that was recovered for the touchdown, and now an interception. I didn't catch a number for South Carolina State. I'll have to wait for the live stats to be updated. But South Carolina State at the 41-yard line going left to right. Hand the ball off to KZ Adams. He makes a man miss in the hole and squirts free past the 45 all the way to the 48-yard line, picking up 5 yards on the carry. And lots of post-play pushing and shoving as the referees go in to try and break it up. No flags thrown.
You know, what happened was that the referees didn't initially blow their whistle. So the running back got back up to run because the referees didn't blow their whistle. Quick screen.
To the far sideline of the boundary. That's caught by Jordan Smith. Officially on the interception is Jalen Levine, was the man that picked it off for South Carolina State. It's going to be 3rd down and 2. They got right to the 50-yard line, ball far hash. Going left to right, 13 minutes to go in the second quarter. South Carolina State with the ball up 24-0 over Bethune-Cookman. 3rd down and 2. Wildcats show boundary pressure. Double clap. Stubblefield doesn't snap the football. Now he changes the play. Play clock down to 13. Both 2 receivers stacked up near side. They'll hand the ball off to Adams. He gets back to the left and gets a first down into BCU territory at the 44-yard line.
Tackled by Thornhill in space. The Wildcats did a good job jamming up on the front side, but the running back came backside, but Thornhill came to fill that hole and to make the tackle in open space.
1st and 10, they'll spot the ball at the 44-yard line of Bethune-Cookman going left to right, 12-20, and counting to go first half. In motion is Nigel Johnson to the right side of the formation. 3 receivers over that way. Stubblefield play action pass is going to load up. Wide open, Nigel Johnson in the end zone, and he drops the ball.
Drops the ball.
Gabe White and Nick Rawls just had a shouting match in the secondary because neither of them picked up Nigel Johnson coming out of the backfield.
Oh, man.
I'm telling you, there was nobody in about 30 yards of him in any direction. That includes the stands. And he just plumb dropped the ball.
Wow. The Wildcats catch a break because he was open. The next closest defender was a mile away.
Yeah. The next closest person to him was the cameraman in the back of the end zone.
Wow.
Now 2nd and 10 at the 44. Stubblefield throws a screen near side, caught by Ruffin at the numbers. He's still spinning through a crowd of white jerseys, gets past the 35 down to the 32 for a first down, SC State.
Man. But South Carolina State doesn't let that disturb them. They come back, and next play, first down.
Yep. Jeremy Greaves made the tackle for the Wildcats on that last play. It's 24-0 South Carolina State with 11:38 to go in the first half, and the Bulldogs driving for more here at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium in Orangeburg, South Carolina. 3 receivers in the pattern, pump fake, and I'm not sure who Ryan Stubblefield was throwing to. He threw it to the chain guy on the sidelines, incomplete.
Yeah,
they're going to say a receiver was in the area.
Yeah,
they say DeAndre Ruffin. I think he wanted Ruffin to curl, and Ruffin slanted, and the ball was just thrown behind him.
Yeah, it was because the corner already ended up bailing to not get to, so he wouldn't get beat deep, and so he thought there was just a little bit of miscommunication between the quarterback and the receiver.
After the incompletion, 2nd down and 10 for South Carolina State. They're at the Wildcat 32-yard line going left to right. KZ Adams, the running back, motions to the right hip of Stubblefield. Stubblefield back to pass. Plenty of time in the pocket. Now it breaks down. He escapes wide open up the middle. 30 to the 20. Landing left side, dragged down to the 18-yard line. Into the red zone again for South Carolina State. That's the 2nd time Stubblefield has had to scramble, and he picked up a first down on both scrambles in the game.
Devin Gunter with the tackle. I mean, he had just about all day to throw that ball. But the Wildcats had good coverage down the field. That's why he had to get out the pocket and scramble downfield. So we just need to make sure that we can cover him and make sure he doesn't get that extra yardage.
Now 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line for South Carolina State. Play action, one-on-one coverage at the goal line, incomplete, thrown way over the head of Jalen Johnson, 2nd down and 10.
Good defense if the ball was overthrown that time, so saves the Wildcats another touchdown.
Check that pass was intended for Ruffin. Both Ruffin and Johnson were on the same side of the field at the snap. So I thought that's where they were going with the ball. Second down and 10 at the 18-yard line. 10:42 to go. South Carolina State looking to increase their 24-0 lead over Bethune-Cookman here at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium as the sun sets behind us here in the press box in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Play action and spinning away and throwing the ball away, and a flag flies as Stubblefield was under pressure from Lawan Lurie Jr. Had to throw the ball away, and I think they're going to get the Wildcats for maybe defensive holding in the secondary.
No, I think they're going to. It's going to be ineligible man downfield.
I don't know. There could be a lot of things that could be. That's the first time the Wildcats have really. It is an eligible receiver downfield. So good call on that one. But that's the first time that the Wildcat defensive line has really put good, quick pressure on Stubblefield. There was no pocket for him to work with.
Yeah. You want the Wildcats to be able to get to the quarterback as quick as possible, especially now that he's gotten into a rhythm and getting the ball out of his hands and down the field with deep plays.
After the penalty, it's second down and 15 from the Wildcat 23-yard line. 2-by-2, the receivers stacked up each side. Stubblefield takes the snap, throws short over the middle to the crossing route, and it's dropped by Jordan Smith. And it's going to be third down and 15. Again, that's the second time the Wildcats have been let off the hook, because if Smith catches that pass, he's just gone.
He's gone. I mean, he's a shifty receiver out the backfield, and so, you're thankful for those type of plays.
Third down and 15. Can the Wildcats force another half stop here? South Carolina State at the 23-yard line. Clap, no snap by Stubblefield. They look to the sideline where Chennis Berry will change the play call.
I think they're going to call timeout.
Yeah, 3 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to call timeout.
Yeah.
Because either the helmet communication is not working, or Stubblefield didn't understand the play, and he turns around and signals to the white hat that they want a timeout with 10 minutes and 31 seconds to go in the first half. It's 24-0 South Carolina State. Wildcats have the Bulldogs backed up at 3rd and 15, trying to hold into another field goal attempt when we come back. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Stay with us. Back in Orangeburg, South Carolina, it's 24-0 South Carolina State over BCU with 10 minutes and 31 seconds to go in the first half. South Carolina State is facing a 3rd and 15, once again in the red zone at the 23-yard line. Michael Torello on the call for you, voice of the Wildcats here in Orangeburg, alongside former BCU football player Johnny Vickers. And I don't know, we'll get a lot of time to sit and think about this at halftime and try and break down this first half. We'll also, maybe not confirm, but we'll also maybe hearing from Bernard Hawk at halftime. He's in attendance today. We're going to see if we can get him up to the press box to talk to us at halftime. After the timeout, it'll be 3rd and 15 for South Carolina State. They're at the Wildcat 23-yard line. The Wildcats trying to hold South Carolina State to a field goal for the second time in this game. 3 touchdowns and a field goal for the Bulldogs in the first quarter. Snap, long throw toward the corner of the end zone. A man is open, and it is incomplete. Overthrew Shamonte Burgess, who caught the game-winning touchdown against Wofford in Week 1, but he just couldn't haul that one in as it was overthrown and out of bounds. And the Wildcats will get a stop as Nico Canavillas-Alti comes on to attempt a field goal.
I mean, the Wildcats have to be careful not to be peeking in the backfield for South Carolina State, because right now South Carolina State is showing that they are not afraid to air this ball out.
He hit a 43-yarder earlier. This will be a 41-yarder for the left-handed kicker out of Spain. The transfer from Kaiser University has the ball spotted left hash, kicking towards the stands on the right-hand side. The ball is kicked. It's got the distance, and it's got the accuracy. So with 10 minutes and 42 seconds to go in the first half, South Carolina State extends their lead. It's 27-0 over Bethune-Cookman.
South Carolina State 27, Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 0.
That drive summary for South Carolina State. After the interception that ended the Wildcat drive, 11 plays, 35 yards, ending in a field goal completion, and it is 27-0. On Friday, September 19th, the legends of the Maroon and Gold take their place in the history books as Bethune-Cookman Athletics inducts 11 members to the BCU Hall of Fame. Join us in the BCU Performing Arts Center at 6 p.m. on Friday, September 19th for a special introduction ceremony featuring some of the best to ever wear a Wildcats uniform. To get your tickets, call the BCU box office today at 386-481-2485. That's 481-2485. Come be a part of history. Nike is the official outfitter of the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. Gear up on the newest BCU Nike gear at nike.com/Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. And where can you get that Nike gear? Well, at the Bethune-Cookman online store. You can make sure you're representing Bethune-Cookman University Athletics to the fullest by buying the latest BCU gear online. Go to bcuathletics.com and click on Shop to find the newest BCU clothing and apparel. That's bcuathletics.com and click on Shop. We've got about a minute here before play resumes, Johnny, to kind of collect our thoughts as it's 27-0. I think we expected the Wildcats to be a bit closer into this game, but it ends up looking like the first two games against FIU and against Miami.
Yeah. The Wildcats, I think the Wildcats started getting a little bit frustrated and a little bit disheartened in how some of the things were going on. You make big plays, and that can take the wind out of your sails. After you make the big play, you get a penalty, and it drives you right back to where you started. But the Wildcats have got to understand that those things happen. What you have to do is be able to play through those things and keep these drives alive, sustain the drive to be able to make sure that you give your team the chance to be competitive.
There's only one stat you need to know. The Wildcats have been outgained 262-22 in this game officially. Of course, 80 yards was chalked off for a penalty. Another 40 yards on a completion to Javon Ross was deleted by a penalty. The Wildcats have had 4 penalties officially for 34 yards, but all of them extremely, extremely punishing. As Marquis Johnson is going to be back to receive this kickoff from Nico Cavanias, going left to right here in this second quarter. Javon Ross has returned the last 2 kicks, but it's back to the former All-Big Sky kick returner at Montana State. Marquis Johnson stands at the right hash in his own end zone, a yard deep. Long hold for Cavanias, 8 seconds to get the play off. Now he addresses the ball with his left foot and puts it in the air. A line drive kick's going to sail out the back of the end zone, and the Wildcats will start at the 25. Again, 22 yards so far in the first half. We talked about the penalties, but even the plays that don't get flagged for penalties have not been going much of anywhere. We've seen a lot of pressure being faced by Timmy McClain, causing him to short some passes. He's made some rough decisions like that throw into double coverage that was picked off on 3rd and long. And again, the run game non-existent, -2 yards. We just have, again, when you get down 24-27-0, it's tough to say, oh, let's run the ball here. But
new quarterback.
No, it's a Cam Ransom.
Cam Ransom is
gonna
in the
come
game.
as the Wildcats are down 27-0 with 10:39 to go And at the 25-yard line, going right to left. Javon Ross comes in motion. They fake the pitch. Cam keeps it. Will take a shot at the 27, pick up 3 on the play. Ransom was the second leading rusher last week against Miami, as he has run for 37 yards on the season.
Wildcats going tempo.
2 receivers right, single left. The handoff goes to Kamani Robinson. He picks his way through a crowd of maroon and blue bodies, still stacked up at the 35-yard line. That's right on the first down marker, and they'll give it to him. A first down, Bethune-Cookman, only the second first down of the game for BCU.
Listen, when you get tackled by a host of players, the most important thing that should be going through your mind at the time is hold on to that ball. The last thing you want to do is put that ball on the ground.
There was a rugby scrum at the end of that play. Pretty much all 22 players converged on the ball. Thankfully, the freshman running back from Seminole High School was able to hang on to it. Jumbo in the backfield. Ransom will turn and hand the ball off. No, he keeps it late around the left-hand side. Hit and shoulder charge down at the 38-yard line. Pretty generous with the spot on the side judge there. Gain of 3 yards, second and 7 for the Wildcats.
Just good staying at home, trying to keep the defense, freeze the defense to see if you can't see something and that they missed assignment.
They'll keep that jumbo package with 4 in the backfield, including Cam Ransom, everybody in the gun. Ransom on play action goes over the middle and has that pass batted away. Not even sure who was throwing that to. There was nobody in a white jersey even close.
He was trying to get it over to Lorenzo Jenkins.
Yeah, Quantre Harry just batted that out of the air. Now 3rd down and 7.
Listen, the Wildcats, I really feel that the Wildcats need to convert this 3rd down.
3rd and 7 for Bethune-Cookman. They're throwing 38-yard line. They have not crossed the 50 in the game so far.
Yeah, I feel like this is Grambling 2 years ago.
Got to get to their own 45 for a first down. That's a good call. Pressure shown up the A and B gaps. Now they back off and only rush 4. Cam has to escape out the pocket to his left. He sets his feet. He throws it. It's a tip and an incompletion. A flag flies out late. He had a deep crosser. I think it was Jenkins down there, but the pass was tipped about 5 yards down the field by Quantre Harry. That's Harry's second tip in as many plays, but a flag again does come out.
Yeah, he's trying to get the ball to Javon Ross. Javon Ross was open in space, but the ball was tipped after it left Ransom's hands.
And almost picked off by a diving Shamari Reed as well. But we'll see what the penalty is. And it looks like it's on the Wildcats again. Oh, no. Holding on the defense.
Take one. I will take it.
That's the same man that picked off the pass for South Carolina State earlier.
New spot.
If I can see
the Wildcat 48. Wildcats get a new set of downs.
Yeah, Jalen Levine with the penalty. And now the Wildcats at their own 48-yard line going right to left. 8:33 to go in the first half. A chance to cross the 50 for the first time of the game for BCU. Ransom, here comes late pressure. He's going to throw on play action, roll out of the pocket, load up, go deep down the numbers near side. Malik Huggins is out there, and it's out of bounds. The throw is out of bounds. He was lockstep with the top DB in the MEAC, Gerard Washington.
Hey, I'm glad to see them take that shot, though. I'm glad to see them take that shot. When you take shots like that, it has to keep the defense honest. The defense has to be able to say, hey, at any point in time, they can run or they can throw. If you're only going to turn yourself one-dimensional, that means I can just pin my ears back and just tee off on you. So I'm glad to see them take that shot down the field. 2nd and
10 for the Wildcats at their own 48-yard line, just shy of midfield. Cam Ransom in at quarterback, replacing Timmy McLean. He'll play action, roll to the left, throw over the middle. That pass is caught at the 45. Jenkins stays on his feet, puts a hand on the ground, and finally is tackled from behind at the 39-yard line of South Carolina State. Big first down for the Wildcats, and for the first time tonight, BCU is in South Carolina State territory.
Looks like the team is responding a little bit different to Cam right now. Cam is being able to move the ball down the field. The Wildcats are looking a lot better than what they did in the first quarter.
He gives you a different look, right? Because now they got to respect the quarterback run a little bit more than when McLean was in there.
They have to.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats at the South Carolina State 39-yard line, going right to left. Ransom In the gun, 3 receivers all to the left-hand side, the wide side of the field, ball right hash. Ransom going to take it on a design QB draw, dragged down from behind after a gain of only 2. If he gets through that first level, there's only 1 defender to beat, but he was, I think, dragged down from behind by Rashawn Washington at the last second for South Carolina State. 2nd down and 8 now.
This is not time for the Wildcats to get lackadaisical or feel pity for themselves. This is a great time for them to march down the field and get a score before the end of this quarter.
2nd and 8, ball at the 36 of South Carolina State. Ball on the right hash, pressure coming from the wide side. The handoff goes to Robinson, and he's dropped for a loss of 3 back at the original line of scrimmage at the 39-yard line.
That was just a great play call by South Carolina State, anticipating the run by Bethune-Cookman. Unfortunately, it looked like our man in motion missed his blocking assignment, because that's the one who made it, made the play, Mike Luns.
Yeah, 3rd down and 9 for the Wildcats at the South Carolina State 48. They might be in go-for-it territory if they can get 4 or 5 yards here. We'll see.
Yeah.
Ransom with Robinson to his right. 2 receivers left, single right. Robinson facing a blitz. Cam throws it over the middle. The pass is caught at the 33-yard line, and it's going to be 4th down and 4. And I think they'll keep the offense on the field here in no man's land.
I mean, at this point, it's like, what do you have to lose?
Yep.
We're down 27 points.
Markey Johnson made the catch. The Wildcats look to go quickly. 3 receivers left, single right. Markey Johnson on the left hip. Now they'll slow it down as the home crowd here at South Carolina State trying to rally behind their defense. 4th and 4 for the Wildcats. They're at the South Carolina State 33. 10 on the play clock. Will they get the playoff, or will they call timeout? South Carolina State shows middle linebacker pressure. They hand up. No, Cam throws his bubble screen near side. And Malik Huggins gets 3. He's at the 25 and down to the 23-yard line. Correction. That's Terrell Short Jr. Oh, no, Miles Morales, the tight end. That's his first catch of the year. 81-18. I got those backwards in my head.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man with his first catch of the year.
Listen, great play.
4th down conversion for the Wildcats.
First fourth down conversion
of the season for VCU. Yeah, they were over 4 previously.
Great block, I think, by Ricky Shaw to be able to free him up to get downfield and pick up that extra yardage.
1st and 10 at the 23-yard line. The handoff goes to Robinson, trying to box to develop, and he squirts 3 at the 15 and down to the 14-yard line. Great patient running by the freshman Kamani Robinson as he waited for the block and then squirted through the hole.
Just a great job play calling. Now the Wildcats are taking their time. They're being patient, but making sure that this drive is efficient as we are in the red zone for the first time in this game.
The Wildcats would have been down here once in the first quarter, but got an 80-yard pass play negated by a penalty. 1st and 10 for BCU at the 13-yard line. Cam, handoff Robinson. He's sandwiched, and his helmet flies off, so he's going to have to sit out of play. He'll lose a yard back to the 17-yard line.
So now what's happening is, ladies and gentlemen, is that they're sending their nickel or their cornerback or their extra DB as an extra rusher to get pressure on the quarterback and disrupt the running game.
That was Ali Scott Jr., correction, not Robinson on that carry. They're wearing 29 and 28, so making it very confusing for me this evening.
Sometimes they do look the same.
So 3rd down now. Oh, correction, 2nd down. No, third down and 3 after the loss of 2. I thought they had a 1st down. They didn't. Robinson on a delayed handoff running left.
Here we go. Get upfield.
He at the 15, pushing through piles at the 10. At the 4-yard line, we'll see where they spot it, but Kamani Robinson fights through and picks up a 1st down for the Wildcats. Correction, that's Scott. I'm so confused.
That's all right. That's all right.
So Scott's wearing 26. Robinson's wearing 28. New jerseys. Number changes.
We didn't get the number changes.
We didn't get the number changes up here. Anyway,
be patient with us.
That was Ali Scott. 1st down and goal for the Wildcats. They spotted right at the 10-yard line, attacking the end zone to listeners left. The sun setting behind us here in the press box. All the floodlights on here at Dawson Stadium. Cam alone in the gun. 5 wide set. Scott on a fake jet sweep. They dive it with Cam up the middle to the 2-yard gain.
2-yard gain. I guess they wanted to see what they could get on that first play with Cam going up the middle, going in the heart of the defense. Not much 2-yard gain. I think that the Wildcats have a very good chance to be able to get some play action in this second and goal situation, to be able to freeze the defense, open up some things in our passing game to hopefully get into the end zone.
2 minutes and 40 seconds and counting. 8 seconds on the play clock. Second and goal from the 8 for the Wildcats. Cam alone in the gun. 3 down linemen for South Carolina State. Scott motions left to right behind Cam. He takes the snap, pressure in his face, throws back shoulder at the 3-yard line. A diving catch.
Caught it
by
Malik.
by
Malik
Ricky Shaw.
Ricky Shaw.
His first catch of the game, and that'll be 3rd down and goal at the 3-yard line.
Great catch. One-handed falling down.
One-handed falling away from the quarterback. Great catch by Shaw.
Out into the flat. So we have a 3rd down situation. We're inside the 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're at the
3-yard line.
3-yard line.
Great poise by Cam on that last play, too, because he was hammered as he let that ball go. And we will have the 2-minute timeout. The Wildcats, who have not scored a touchdown yet in the season, if you better go find that play on social media, because that was an unbelievable catch by Ricky Shaw.
That's a great play.
Falling down, kept his one arm hooked under the ball. As we'll go to break, the Wildcats will try and punch it in the end zone. When we come back, you're listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Well, the Wildcats are on the verge of something they haven't done all season. That's put the ball in the end zone. They'll have 3rd and goal at the South Carolina State Bulldog 3-yard line as we return to action here at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Well, the first half has gone anything but what the Wildcats have wanted. It is 27-0 South Carolina State. But punching this one in the end zone, it will give you a little bit of momentum headed towards halftime, Johnny.
I mean, ultimately, we all know that the Wildcats wish that they could have that first quarter back. And, you know, there's nothing more that, you know, that ultimately that you could want, you know what I mean?
Yep.
From South Carolina State and what they did offensively and defensively, being even able to score on a defensive possession. But right now, the Wildcats would want that first quarterback. However, we can't get it back. The best thing that we can do is play the next down that is directly in front of us.
Here we go. Wildcats have 3rd and goal from the 3, attacking the Bulldog end zone to listeners left. Cam Ransom, who's led this very methodical drive, is in the game, along with Kamani Robinson. 3rd and goal from the 3. 3 receivers spread out wide. Ransom gonna take off and run. He's got space. He's in the end zone. Touchdown Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown Maroon and Gold. For the first time in 2025, the Wildcats find the end zone. Cam Ransom takes it himself, and the Wildcats are on the board.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long time coming. We are in the 3rd week of the season, and we're getting into the end zone for the first time. Great play and awareness by Cam Ransom, looking to throw the ball and noticing that to his left just opened up like the Red Sea. And he was like, you know what? I think it's better for me to run
so
it in.
he wanted Jenkins on the post.
He did.
But it wasn't there. He just took it himself. Juan Dominguez on for the point after touchdown. Snap, hold, kick is good. And with 1 minute and 56 seconds to go in this afternoon's first half, it is South Carolina State 27, Bethune-Cookman 6. Next order of business, get South Carolina State off the field without any points at the end of the half here.
I mean, that's really what it is. We are at a minute and 56 seconds in this half, and so now the Wildcat defense has got to be able to focus on making sure that South Carolina State does not get in that end zone again. I mean, and if you're the defense going in to this particular drive, you know that they're going to take some shots down the field. So I'll be looking for some play action, some misdirection, and then, of course, one or two down the field shots. So our corners can't be caught looking into the backfield trying to see if it's a run, play action, or whatever. They're going to have to just stay with their receiver.
So the Wildcats, who had 2 first downs before that last drive, amazing what one switch will do, huh? They bring Cam Ransom into the game and go 17 plays, 75 yards, taking 8.5 minutes off the second quarter clock and punching it in the end zone for the first time this season on a Cam Ransom 3-yard quarterback keeper. And that drive had a little bit of everything. I mean, you had one penalty on South Carolina State that helped you out of a 3rd and long. But other than that, Cam just kind of stayed within himself. They utilized the run game really for the first time all game. They got Kamani Robinson involved. They got Elise Scott involved. They got Johnson involved in the run game as well. They've also got Johnson involved in the passing game. What did you see change scheme-wise, Johnny, when Cam came in to help that drive be successful?
I didn't think I saw anything scheme-wise change. I just felt that the team chemistry was just a little bit different than what it was with McClain. You know, there was a little bit of difference in chemistry for the first 2 weeks of the season when McClain entered in the game with FIU and UM. And then today you have it where Cam Ransom enters into the game toward the end of the second quarter and then takes the team down the field for a touchdown. And so I wouldn't be surprised if coming into the 3rd quarter we see Cam Ransom as the starting quarterback in the second half.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Mississippi Valley game last year, where it was the opposite. Cam started the game and wasn't great, and then they brought Luke Sprague in, and that changed the whole complexion of the game, and the Wildcats went on to win. Not that they're going to come back to win this game down 27-7 with 1:56 to go in the first half, but it just gives you a different look on offense that the defense has to adjust to, and the Wildcats took advantage of that adjustment to drive down the field and score a touchdown. As Juan Dominguez gets set to kick this one off, Burgess and Johnson both back there at the 5-yard line for South Carolina State. It will be Burgess at the near side numbers, cutting to the left-hand side, gets a block, gets hit at the 25 and wrestled down at the 27-yard line. Trying to catch who made that tackle for the Wildcats.
Good coverage by the Wildcats. Again, staying in their lanes, making sure that the return is not a big return or they don't get gashed for big yardage down the field. So
Naeem Lassiter made the tackle on special teams for the Wildcats. What did you...
What?
I'm not sure what he just said.
What I just heard. I'm not sure exactly what I just heard.
Oh, but Shamonte Burgess is hurt. Is
Is
that what
hurt.
you were owing?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's hurt.
He is being helped off the field by 2 athletic trainers. Meanwhile, it's 1st and 10 Bulldogs from their own 27-yard line going left to right. Stubblefield's been the quarterback for every snap. He takes the snap, throws a bubble screen. Left-hand side, it is tipped and almost intercepted out of bounds. That was a crazy play. He was looking for Smith on the bubble screen. Smith bobbled it.
And
Lassiter was right there, almost picked it off, and then Watts came up behind him and pushed him out of bounds before he could make the catch. 2nd down and 10.
Great play by Watts, making sure that that ball was not complete.
A lot happened in those 5 seconds. 2nd and 10 for South Carolina State from their own 27-yard line. Snap to Stubblefield. He'll look to pass deep down the left-hand sideline. Incomplete. Great defense by Devin Gunter. Pass deflection, a one-on-one with Johnny Jones, the graduate student from Edward Waters.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Wildcats needed to come in, making sure that they don't give up the big play on the pass, and that's what they have done. And we're at third down territory for the Bulldogs right now.
Yep, 3rd down and 10 after 2 incomplete passes for South Carolina State. 3 receivers to the far side, ball near hash. Going left to right, 1 minute and 41 seconds to go in the first half. The Wildcats down 27-7 with 2 timeouts left. If they get the ball back here, maybe the offense can do something again.
Make something happen.
Stubblefield
up.
looking. In the
A
pocket
sack.
goes down. A.J. Hall drags him down. The 3rd sack of the year for the Wildcats, and Hall's 2nd on the campaign.
Great job by Hall, just sticking with it, pressuring Stubblefield to get out the pocket and just staying with the play. And when he crossed his face, man, right there, sack city for A.J. Hall.
BCU calls their 2nd timeout to freeze the clock with 1 minute and 29 seconds to go. So they'll have 1:29 and 1 timeout after this punt from South Carolina State. This will be the first punt upcoming for South Carolina State's Elliott Janish, the graduate transfer from Utah, because every other drive for South Carolina State has ended in points, 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals, along with the scoop and score earlier in the game for South Carolina State as well. Where does that sound? Where have we heard that before? I don't know, the first 2 weeks of the season, right?
I mean, but like when you really look at it, the Wildcats right now are in a great position that if they can put the ball in the end zone, this becomes a more manageable game in the second half, right? And plus, you get the ball back. You get the ball back coming out of the half, right? So it turns into a very different ball game as the Wildcats are able to settle down, especially on this drive and get points on the board.
Malik Huggins is set to receive at his own 35-yard line. Elliott Janish will punt left to right, originally from Midwest City, Oklahoma. Janish, and the transfer from the Utah Utes. Low snap. Janish corrals and gets it away at the 15-yard line. Huggins comes up to meet it at the 40, makes a man miss, cuts back to the middle of the field. He's still going at the 50 and spun down at the South Carolina State 46-yard line. A flag comes out after the play. I don't know why Malik Huggins just got to the 50-yard line and stopped.
He was, hold on. Let's see what the call is, but I know why he stopped. He stopped because he was looking for which lane he was going.
Yeah. It almost looked like he thought the whistle had been blown. He just kind of stopped in the middle of the field.
He was trying to freeze the coverage team and see what lane.
And it's another Bethune-Cookman penalty.
Gotta let the man go.
So we're going to go from the South Carolina State 40 to our own 40.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's from the spot of the foul, and it was during the return, so.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Unfortunately.
Penalties.
That's exactly what happened.
Cam Ransom with 1:21 to go and 1 timeout.
Make a little bit of magic happen here.
Let's see what we got. They were slow and methodical on that last drive. 5 wide as they motion Marquis Johnson to the slot on the left-hand side. It's going to be a quarterback draw. Cam with room to run, makes a cut, dives for the 45. They'll spot him at the 44, a 4-yard gain on first down.
Yeah, Cam, just a good play just to try to pick up some positive yardage.
Wildcats go quick, 2nd and 6 from the 44-yard line. Pressure comes from the backside. Cam escapes to his right, sets his feet, looking. Now he's going to take off at the 45 and slide right at the 50. They'll spot him 1 yard shy of a first down at the 49-yard line.
Oh, man, I don't know.
Because that's the new rule, right? It's
like
where they start to slide.
And it's like, that's so subjective. But anyway.
Third and 1 to the 49. Already snapped it. Handoff Johnson running right through contact. Gets 2 yards and a first down to the South Carolina State. Inside 2 minutes, clock stops on first down.
Okay.
So at 41 seconds to go, the Wildcats will quickly get back up to the line of scrimmage as the chains get reset. They still have 1 timeout in the back pocket, 1st and 10, just across the 50 into South Carolina State territory. Cam Ransom at quarterback. 2-by-2, the receiver's ball right hash. Ransom back to pass. Now he's under pressure. He's rolling to his left. There's a holding flag in the backfield, and he throws the ball away.
Coming back, hold.
Yeah, I saw that hold as clear as day through my binoculars. They're going to get Malmalanga, I think.
So what's going to happen, or what's happening is that our left tackle is trying to give our left-handed quarterbacks a little bit more time when they're scrambling around to the left-hand side. And so sometimes they do hold, and that happens. But once that arm extends and that jersey extends, you have to let them go. You have to let them go to make sure that you do not get called for holding.
Another Bethune-Cookman penalty. Now it's first down and 21. They go back to their own side of the field at the 41-yard line. Cam against the 5-man rush, throws it back shoulder and doesn't connect with anybody. He wanted a curl to Javon Ross,
And it looked like Malik Huggins was in the middle of the field standing on the Bulldog with nobody around him.
That's just a misread between the receivers and the quarterback because he wanted a comebacker, and Ross was streaking down the numbers. They'll take Ross out. Lorenzo Jenkins comes into the boundary on the near side. 2nd down and 21 for Bethune-Cookman with 24 seconds to go. It wouldn't surprise me if they just keep this run and head to the half. They do get the ball after the halftime break. Ransom looks to pass. The center gets bowled over. Cam has to escape to his left. He sets his feet. He fires deep down the near sideline. It is incomplete and almost picked off. There was no Wildcat in the vicinity. Cam just threw that to no man's land.
He was trying to hit Javon Ross.
Brayan Scott almost picked that one off, and it'll be 3rd and a miracle mile and 21 for the Wildcats at the 41-yard line. I expect Cam to just take a knee here. The offensive line's getting mauled right now.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're a little bit gassed on this drive. However, you have to be able, even when you're tired, you have to be able to play sound football.
3rd and 21, 15 seconds to go in the first half. Wildcats at their own 41-yard line. They will run the ball to the right-hand side. Here goes Scott. He's got first down yardage and more. Past the 50 to the 45, out of bounds right at the South Carolina State 45. 10 seconds to go. The Wildcats still have one timeout if they choose to use it here. They're not in field goal range. Oh, I'm sorry, that was not first down yardage. It's now 4th down and 7. I was looking at the line of scrimmage because remember it was 3rd and 21.
Now they're going to take the timeout.
So now it'll be 4th and 7 with 10 seconds left to go in the half. And they'll have 4th and 7 from the South Carolina State 45. And they're going to have to draw up something both quick and to the boundary and for 10+ yards here.
I mean, if we can get something inside of the 30 at this point and walk away with at least 3 points, that puts us still in a good position.
Yeah,
because we get the ball coming out of the half.
I want your opinion on this, right? With the offensive line getting beat up at the line of scrimmage, you got to go with some quick passes here. These plays are taking way too long to develop.
Well, I mean, it's all about playing smart, right? The referees are not dumb to that there's holding out there because South Carolina State's doing it to us. It's just knowing when to let go. Like when your quarterback is scrambling out of the pocket, you have to let him go at that point in time.
4th down and 7 for Bethune-Cookman. They're at the South Carolina State 45 with 10 seconds left to go in the half and no timeouts. Cam Ransom takes the snap under 4-man pressure, throws to the boundary. It's caught by Jenkins, but he's short. They mark him at the 41-yard line. He needed the 39. He's going to be 2 yards short, and they'll turn the ball over on downs with 3 seconds to go in the half. And the coaching staff for South Carolina State in the box next to us is going to get some food. So I would assume that they're just going to kneel this one out and head to the break up 27-7. So, I mean, penalties. That's really the only thing you can say about that first. Penalties and not being able to get a stop on defense.
Yeah, penalties hurt us a lot more than, of course, what they hurt South Carolina State. And you just have to understand how those things can change the complexity of a game and what they can do to you on the offensive and defensive side of the ball.
Stubblefield will take a knee, and we will go to the halftime break. Your score, the South Carolina State Bulldogs 27, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 7. We're going to take about a 5-minute break here at Dawson Stadium in Orangeburg. And when we come back, we're going to have a special guest, former Bethune-Cookman quarterback Bernard Hawk will join us live on the CatEye Radio Network. We'll also have your Around the SWAC out-of-town scoreboard and your first half statistical breakdown, as well as a word from Daryl Natil on the sidelines. That's all next on the BCU Football Halftime Report. It's coming up here on the BCU Radio Network, the CatEye Radio Network on 1380 WELE. Back at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium as the Marching Wildcats, the Pride, perform for the South Carolina State crowd here. It's South Carolina State 27, Bethune-Cookman 7 at the half. My name is Michael Tavello, and I have the extreme pleasure of being joined by a Wildcat Hall of Famer in the booth today. It's Bernard Hawk. Bernard, you must have plenty of memories of playing up here against South Carolina State. I mean, we're at you told us earlier this is the 40th anniversary of a big Wildcat win up here on their homecoming. So how good does it feel to be back at Dawson Stadium after the Wildcats moved away from the MEAC in 21?
Well, I tell you what, when I stepped into the stadium, it was a good feeling. You know, you can still smell the victory in the air. Watching this first half, though, it seems like, you know, a small nightmare. And, you know, being a Wildcat for life, I truly believe that they have the tools and they have the grit to put something together in the second half. South Carolina State did it, you know, against us. We had them 24-0 in the first half back in '85, and they came back and scored 20 points. So, but after halftime, we just came back out and you know, put them to sleep. You know?
Let's talk about 1984. You were the quarterback, and you led the Wildcats to their first ever Division I MEAC championship. What are your memories from that season?
Well, first of all, my hat go off to, you know, our head coach, the NFL Hall of Famer and All-Pro guard, Larry Little, who's also a Bethune-Cookman alumnus. When he came to Bethune-Cookman in 1983, I was in a transitional period where I had played a few games my freshman year under Dr. Bobby Frazier. Little came in and basically, you know, wanted to he wanted a different flavor of what Wildcat football was going to be like. Fortunately for me, I had the opportunity to sit down with him, and we put our heads together to say that, hey, you know, we want to win some ball games. And I tell you something, one of the first things I did see when I met him was those two Super Bowl rings. So in my mindset was not individually but collectively that we can win a conference championship, and I really was aiming for a national as well, because my good friend Albert Chester did it at Florida A&M in '78. But yeah, that was one of the things that I saw, the fact that, you know, playing for a winner, him giving me the opportunity to continue to start. There were other quarterbacks that came in. In fact, one of them happened to be my good friend, Greg Ross, at that time. But still, you know, we put a team together where we had the Dolphins run game, and he hired Rick Stockstill to tutor me and to guide me in the pass game. So we had a sprinkle of the Dolphins run game and a sprinkle of Florida State's pass game, and it was like nitroglycerin and bleach together. So that was one of the reasons why we put so many points together. We put plenty of points together on the board, and we was fortunate enough to have a successful season, winning the first conference championship.
You were able to go play some professional ball after your time with Bethune-Cookman in the CFL and some arena football as well. What did you take from your time at BCU that helped you be successful in the next level?
Well, my time was very, very short, and it was very, very short due to the fact that possibly all that throwing at Bethune-Cookman, you know, it wore me out in a short time. You know, I developed frozen shoulder in BC, and I didn't go under the knife, so it took me a couple of years, maybe about 3 to 4, maybe even 5 years, to kind of try to get myself back together. But at that time, you know, Father Time was catching up with me. You know, the game was fun and fast in both leagues, the CFL and Tampa Bay Storm. But you know, all players want to have that opportunity to at least experience some type of professional football league experience, whether it be, you know, on the NFL, the CFL, the Arena League, you know, the World League at that time when I was coming through, the XSL. So it's just a good opportunity, for every player to experience.
Let's talk about the current state of BCU football. A long and proud history, and they've been down for a couple years. And of course, you've watched this program from afar and watched them tonight, of course. And what advice would you give the young men wearing the maroon and gold now to try and turn this around and turn this into a successful season?
Well, first and foremost, you definitely need to establish a quarterback. Okay, Cam looks good, and by them switching, the quarterbacks trying to get somebody to get a rhythm. They started out with Timmy, and I think, and this is just me, due to the fact that we played those first two non-conference games, it has warmed down a little bit. Now, I really did think coming in here to Bulldog into this stadium that we were gonna match them toe to toe and come out with a victory, which we still can. So hopefully, whatever the talk is in that locker room is about turning this thing around and making us Wildcats proud.
Thank you, Bernard Hawk, BCU Hall of Famer. Thank you for spending some time with us here on the CatEye Radio Network. Your score at the half is South Carolina State 27, Bethune-Cookman 7. We'll be back after the break with Around the SWAC and a statistical breakdown of that first half, as well as a word from the sidelines from Darren O'Teal. We'll be right back. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium, being entertained by the South Carolina State Marching Band after the Marching Wildcats did the first part of the halftime show. Well, the show on the field was all the home team in the first half. It's 27-7 South Carolina State over Bethune-Cookman. Before we get to the first half statistical analysis, let's go around the SWAC. A lot of dead rubbers in the SWAC this week. We'll run through them really quick. Jackson State, without their starting quarterback, beat Tuskegee 30-0. Alabama A&M is up at Tennessee State with 3.5 minutes to go. Alabama A&M could be dangerous. The East is shaping up to be really interesting with them, Alabama State and Alabama A&M, and Jackson State all jockeying for position. Speaking of Alabama State, they're up on the Miles Golden Bears 31-9 at the end of the third quarter. It's the end of the first half, in Mississippi, as the Mississippi State Bulldogs lead the Alcorn State Braves 42-0. Arkansas Pine Bluff leads Lincoln University of California 13-8 at halftime. Prairie View A&M trails Rice 14-7 at the end of the first quarter. Grambling State, now take this with a grain of salt because we don't know if this is correct, because last week they sold us a dummy on the on the score in the Southern Bama State game. But Google right now says that Grambling State is losing at home to Kentucky State 14-3 at the end of, with 13 minutes to go in the second quarter. Big if true. Mississippi Valley State is down 28-3 to Southeastern Louisiana with 12 minutes to go in the first half. Texas Southern at home is down 21-7 to Lamar with 13 minutes to go in the second quarter. Florida A&M trails Albany State 12-3 halfway through the second quarter. At home at Bragg. This is their first game at Bragg since they lost to Mississippi Valley at the end of last season. And Southern has yet to start. They're on the West Coast tonight against Fresno State. A couple of interesting scores. Daryl Natil, who joins me now from the sideline.
We dug a hole out, for ourselves early in the football game. We had some explosive plays, with Amari, catching the long pass down the field, but the penalty bug has killed us this evening. We dug a hole 24-0. Cats scored their first points of the season. Second half, a different tale. We'll see Cam come in and start. Let's see if the Cats can get something going and try to chip on his lead.
Let's take a look at your first half statistical analysis. South Carolina State had 14 first downs to Bethune-Cookman's 8. Both teams ran the ball 19 times. 19 carries for 40 yards for Bethune-Cookman. That's 2.1 yards a carry. And 19 carries for 81 yards for South Carolina State. That's 4.3 yards a carry. That's double the yards per carry that South Carolina State came into the game averaging. They came into the game averaging 2.2 yards per carry. 7 completions for South Carolina State for 177 yards. 7 completions for the Wildcats for just 57 yards. Passing yards for the Wildcats, this is combined between Ransom and McLean. 7 for 15 with 1 interception for, again, those 57 yards. 10 of 22 is Stubblefield for South Carolina State for 177 yards. Total plays and yardage, 41 plays, 258 yards. That's 6.29 yards per play for South Carolina State. 35 plays, 112 yards for Bethune-Cookman. That's 3.2 yards per play. A couple of individual stats. First for Bethune-Cookman, Ransom 5 of 8, 62% completion for 34 yards with a long of 13. Timmy McLean 3 of 8 with an interception, 37% completion for 23 yards before he was pulled. Receiving for the Wildcats, Jenkins 2 catches, 17 yards. Short 1 for 13, Morales 1 for 10. Nobody else has more than 10 yards receiving. Rushing, Cam Ransom came in, 5 carries, 18 yards, 3.6 yards per carry. Ali Scott Jr., 5 carries, 14 yards. Johnson, 2 carries for 5 yards as well. The Wildcats have turned the ball over twice, 1 interception and 1 fumble. That was returned for a touchdown. For South Carolina, for Bethune-Cookman on defense real quick, 5 tackles each for Watts and Gabe White. Malik Stinnett with 4, Cornelius Bass with 4. Adrian Hall has the 1 sack. Pass breakups for Montravius Lloyd, Antoine Watts, and Gabe White. For South Carolina State, it's Stubblefield, 9 of 20, 45% completion for 128 yards with a 34-yard long. He was sacked 1 time. Ruffin on the reverse did have 1 pass, 2 attempts. He completed 1 pass for 49 yards. Receiving, Burgess 1 for 49 off of that reverse. Ruffin 3 for 35. Johnson 1 for 34. Smith 3 for 20. Pickett 1 for 31. It's just been big play after big play after big play. Rushing for South Carolina State, KZ Adams 7 carries, 36 yards, 5 yards a carry. Smith 4 carries, 16 yards, 4 yards a carry. Stubblefield 3 carries, 17 yards, 4.3 yards a carry. Pickett 1 carry for 8 yards. 2 touchdowns on the ground for South Carolina State. And Daryl, we'll go wherever you want to take this conversation about the first half. You came up here less than impressed with the Wildcats.
I'm going to say it, I usually always positive about the Wildcats. This is the worst half of football I've seen in 15 years. The Cats have played, even though we had some explosive plays, the penalties kept us backed up, no life. Second half, we got to play much better.
What was one thing that you saw that you can take as a positive? Was it Cam coming in the game?
Absolutely. Cam came in with a little enthusiasm. Let's see if it carries over the second half.
The Wildcats, of course, will get the ball first to start the second half. Thank you, Daryl. We'll hear from you at the end of the contest. Once again, we're getting ready to start the second half of play. 1:33 left on the clock till we kick it off. It's Bethune-Cookman 7, South Carolina State 27. And if we play, Johnny Vickers, the entirety of the second half like we've played since Cam Ransom came in the ball game, we may not win the game, but we may look a little bit more respectable and take some momentum into Edward Waters in the home opener next week.
Listen, at this point in time, really it's about playing for pride, right? Like, are you just going to roll over and just take a whooping, or are you going to really like man up, knuckle up, and play for something? Because to be perfectly honest, we haven't gotten into the conference season yet. And so we still have this game and next week as far as our non-conference goes, and we still have stuff to play for.
Speaking of next week, Bethune-Cookman football is back at home at Daytona Stadium for the 2025 home opener as we host Edward Waters next Saturday, featuring the induction of the 2025 BCU Hall of Fame class, BCU President Albert Mosley official introduction, the BCU Baseball SWAC Championship ring ceremony, and more. Get your tickets today for Saturday, September 20th at Ticketmaster.com or BCUathletics.com/tickets. The action will be live on HBCU Go, or we'd prefer it if you kept it right here on 1380 WELE and the CatEye Radio Network. Well, I heard Daryl's one thing that he liked from the first half. What was one thing that you liked from the first half?
The energy that happened when Cam Ransom came on the field. So I'm hoping that whoever comes out at quarterback, that energy remains and even gets a little bit more intense.
Well, the Wildcats will have the ball to start the second half of play, wearing the gold helmets, brand new white jerseys, white pants, maroon numbers with a gold trim, and a gold and maroon shoulder yoke, and a tri-stripe down the pants. South Carolina State kicking off with Nico Cavanillas. He puts his left foot through it. White helmets, maroon jerseys, blue pants for South Carolina State. That ball goes out the back of the end zone. Lots of car crash action going on in the blocking scheme. And even though there was no return there, the Wildcats will start at the 25. I think 4 players ended up on the turf there.
That's all right. Somebody's blocking somebody. So that's something that you want to see.
So Cam Ransom came in and was impressive in his 1.5 drives on offense at the end of the first half. Led that drive for the touchdown. Ended up being 4 of 8 for passing for 34 yards, but also rushing for 18 yards on 3 carries. He'll be the quarterback, going left to right at the 25-yard line. Man in motion, pitch to Javon Ross across the middle, trying to sweep it back up the field. He'll be spun down after a gain of 1 at the 26-yard line. Well read that time by Malik Harp, who had the fumble recovery for a touchdown in the first half for South Carolina State.
Yeah, just a real simple shovel pass to I was going to say Javon Ross, but to Johnson, and, picks up some positive yardage. So hopefully this is just going to be something that helps get the Wildcats into rhythm.
Just 1 on the play, 2nd and 9 from the 26-yard line, going left to right, first drive of the second half. He puts the ball, Cam Ransom, play action, keeps over the middle in tight coverage. That pass is caught by Lorenzo Jenkins. He is spun down past the 40 for a first down at the 42-yard line.
Oh, Javon Ross.
Was it Javon Ross?
Javon Ross. On the quick pitch and catch from Cam Ransom, got what he could, was apprehended by the defensive player fairly quickly.
Yeah,
but was able to pick up the first down.
Shamari Reed looked like he had his arms wrapped around Ross before he made the catch there, but we'll let it go. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 42, going left to right. Cam hands the ball off to the backside. And nice run by Ali Scott Jr., pounding it right to midfield for a 7-yard run.
Just a great hard run for about 7. Well, no, they're bringing it back. For about 7 yards.
I was going to say, I didn't see a flag
about
there.
7 yards, okay.
Although it is very dark out there. The floodlights here at Dawson are not as bright as maybe we'd like them to be.
Yeah, it's a...
They actually gave him all the way to midfield, so an 8-yard pickup on that one by Scott. 2nd and 2. Once again, Cam keeps it right up the middle, spins for a first down. He does hold on to the ball to the South Carolina State 46-yard line. And the touchdown drive for the Wildcats took 8.5 minutes off the clock in that second quarter, showing a lot more ball control than the Wildcats are used to. Although the Wildcats have only trailed total time of possession for their opponents in the first 2 weeks by 2 minutes on the season. So it's not like they haven't been able to hold on to the ball at some points, but they just haven't been able to sustain drives consistently.
Facts.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats from South Carolina State 46-yard line, going left to right. Cam keeps on play action, slings it down the far side numbers. That pass is caught for a 9-yard gain right at the 38. Oh, no, did they say it was incomplete?
Saying it's incomplete.
And
yeah.
I thought Lorenzo Jenkins held on to that.
Let's look at the replay coming this way.
Cam rolled out. Yeah,
Yep.
he dropped it.
Yeah.
Jenkins, a stop route
Short
right
hop.
at the sticks.
Little short hop.
Yep. Now 2nd down and 10. Again, it is really dark out there.
Yeah, yeah. The vision, our vision, ladies and gentlemen, is not great looking through this window.
2nd and 10 for the Cats. They're at the South Carolina State 46-yard line, down 27-7. First drive of the second quarter. 4 receivers in the pattern, 3 right, single left. Cam looking that way, throws across the middle to Ricky Shaw at the 40, at the 35. He gets hammered at the 34-yard line for a first down, BCU. That was eerily similar, sorry to cut you off, to that hit that he took against FIU that knocked him out of the game.
And I'm still upset about that hit. I'm still upset about that hit at FIU. I really think it was a defensive receiver, but, you know, that play is,
it definitely looked like the
Wow.
defender, Charles Arnold, lowered his head there into the face mask,
Yep.
and they're going to review it.
And they're going to review it.
Yeah, we got the replay on our monitor right then. It definitely looked like Charles Arnold Jr., the graduate transfer from Missouri State, lowered his helmet to Ricky Shaw. And how unlucky is that for Ricky Shaw? On the receiving end of 2 really big hits in the first 3 weeks. I mean, he didn't even play at all last week against Miami. Out of an abundance of precaution, they didn't want to aggravate that injury.
I mean, a couple of our Wildcat faithful didn't participate in that last week's game because, let's just be honest, there's no need to get anybody unnecessarily injured or hurt before we get into the meat and potatoes of our season. So, you know, Tigo Schultz didn't play. You had Ricky Shaw under precaution as far as concussion protocol goes, just to make sure, you know, that he would be prepared to go for this game. So, I mean, when it comes to that, it's better to be safe than sorry and have something that will linger down the road.
So we are looking at a potential targeting call against free safety Charles Arnold Jr. for South Carolina State. Either way, it's a first down for BCU. We'll get the results of the review when we come back to Orangeburg. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network at 1380 WELE. Back at Dawson Stadium in Orangeburg, South Carolina, we have a review for a potential targeting against South Carolina State's Charles Arnold Jr. on a catch by Ricky Shaw that gives the Wildcats first down yardage at the 34-yard line, and it looks like they will not be a targeting penalty. So both teams have escaped the targeting review in this game. That one looks pretty clear-cut to me. He lowered his helmet and put it right on the face mask of Ricky Shaw, but we'll move past it.
We have to.
Both teams escaped the review, so we'll go 1st and 10. Wildcats at the 34-yard line, of South Carolina State. Cam Ransom back to pass. Pressure breaks down. He has to roll to his left. Throws deep down the left-hand side, and it is on the sideline.
Give me that catch.
Yeah, boy.
Give me
what
that
a catch. Malik Huggins. Toe drag swag at the 15-yard line.
Ooh, I was told that toe drag swag. Okay, I see you. Just great extending Cam, extending the play.
That.
Oh, man, both
Beautiful.
feet in. Both
That's
feet
a catch
in.
in the league.
Yeah.
1st and 10 from the 19-yard line. Cam, quick pass middle, caught at the 5, and it's a touchdown, Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown, maroon and gold. Spider-Man, Miles Morales into the end zone, and the Wildcats cash in on their opening drive of the second half.
Listen, you couldn't ask for anything more. Wildcats come out, first drive of the second half, and march the ball down the field for a score, taking just around 4 minutes, almost 4 minutes off the clock. So great ball management, not too long, not too fast, and with the best possible result, a touchdown for the Fighting Wildcats.
You know what that play reminded me of? Thomas Nance last year, who's up at Temple right now. Extra point is blocked. So the Wildcats only get 6 out of it. So it'll be 27-13 the score instead of 27-14. And the Wildcats will have to make that up. There's some pushing and shoving after the play. Whistles, the refs come in to break it up, and nothing further being done. No flags on that one, but...
a mishandle by the holder.
That's Max Toolin, the punter, is the holder.
A mishandle by the holder, and unfortunately the Wildcats were not able to convert on the extra point.
Back to the touchdown pass. Hey. That was beautiful. Just right on the... So to set this up for you, it was 2-by-1 left to right, the receivers with Morales on the left-hand side of the line, and he just took off straight down between the hash marks, and nobody covered it.
Yeah, a little delay. Got behind the linebackers. The safeties weren't paying attention to him. Cam hits him in stride going down the hash, and he just takes it to the house. Reservations for 6.
An 8-play, 75-yard drive covering 3 minutes and 43 seconds, ending in a 19-yard touchdown catch by Miles Morales, the redshirt senior, transfer from Delaware State. He's played in this ballpark before. He knows his way around here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kickoff is going to be fielded at the 2-yard line. Bringing it out is Mobley, and he's going to get to the 30 near sideline and chopped down at the 32-yard line, running through a lot of tackles. Remember, the primary kickoff returner, Shamonte Burgess, left the game with an injury at the end of the second quarter. So Jalen Johnson goes from just punts to now punts and kicks. Oh, no, correction. They gave that to Brenyan Scott. It's now returning kicks.
Yeah, and right there, the coverage team still doing a good job. I think they got a little bit more excited, got a little bit more motivation behind them. Kind of got out of their lanes a little bit. That return was a little bit more than what you would have wanted.
Let's see what South Carolina State can do. They're at their own 32-yard line going left to right. Ryan Stubblefield has been excellent tonight. He'll put the ball in the belly of Casey Adams, and he is buried. Nothing doing on that play. Chopped down from behind by Cornelius Bass. He had a great first half. 5 tackles for Bass in the first half.
Great first play. Wildcats jam up that middle. Does not allow the running back to get any positive yardage. And South Carolina State, no gain.
2nd and 10 now for South Carolina State. The white hats, maroon jerseys, blue pants with the white numbers. Snap to Stubblefield. He'll look to pass. Throw far side. Pass caught on a route to the boundary.
Oh, they saying that he dropped it.
Yeah, dropped it.
They saying that he dropped it.
DeAndre Ruffin, they said they didn't complete the catch going out of bounds. He bobbled it. Now the referees are conferring that it's an incomplete pass, and now it's going to be 3rd and 10. There's been a couple of really bad drops for South Carolina State. They could have had 2 touchdowns in that second quarter that were just plain old dropped, including one for Jalen Johnson.
He dropped it going out of bounds.
Yeah, but the one in the first half for what was it, Jalen Johnson, where he was 30 yards by himself in the end zone and just dropped the ball.
And I don't feel bad about it.
I mean, I don't blame you. And now they're going to review a potential 4-yard out route.
No, okay, so he, ladies and gentlemen, from what we saw in the replay is as he was going out of bounds, he was bobbling the ball going out of bounds. And so I think that this is going to be upheld as far as, look.
Yeah, he definitely, or it could be a catch and then he
fumble.
fumbled the ball out of bounds.
Yeah, I think that they're going to call it an incomplete. I think they're going to call it an incomplete pass.
No, I disagree because this was DeAndre Ruffin on a 4-yard out route. He had the ball in both hands right at about his neck level. He took 3 steps falling towards the out-of-bounds line, and then he dropped it before he stepped out of bounds. I think they might call this a catch and then a fumble out of bounds.
We're going to see, Mike.
We're going to see.
We're going to see, Mike. I'm staying with the incomplete pass. As he's bringing the ball down, 1 and 2
and 3, and then he loses the ball.
But he also doesn't have control of himself. So this whole thing might come back around. But I think that they may say, "Oh, here we go." May say it's incomplete. Who's right? Who's right and who's not
wrong?
right?
We'll see. Yep. So it's the ruling on the field is upheld, which means they didn't have enough evidence to overturn that it is an incomplete pass. This is me just not wanting to admit that you were right.
Have you thought about going into politics? Because that was such a diplomatic answer.
Listen, I only read what the rule book tells me. That's what the rule book tells me. It's 3rd down and 10 for South Carolina State. Wildcats trying to force the first 3 and out of the game for the Bulldogs. Bulldogs backed up at their own 32-yard line. They motion Johnson across the pattern. Now 2-by-2. Johnson goes into the slot on the left-hand side. Double clap. Stubblefield takes the snap. Stubblefield looking, throwing, and it is caught. A leaping catch by Johnson at the 45-yard line outside the numbers near side. First down, South Carolina State. Again, 3rd downs for this Wildcat defense.
You got to get out of that 3rd down territory. You have to know that when they're passing, that they're going to pass to where the sticks are. And for that first down.
Yeah. Through the first 2 weeks, the Wildcats are giving up 60% completion, 60% conversion against on 3rd down. Jet sweep to Johnson to the right-hand side, cuts back to the middle of the field to the 50. It's tackled at the Wildcat 49-yard line, 6-yard gain.
Looks like
here comes that tempo.
Tempo. They're going back tempo again, trying to keep the Wildcats off balance.
2nd and 6 ball, right hash at the Wildcat 49. Johnson in motion. They'll swing it to him, and he drops the ball.
Oh.
Now, that was close to a backwards pass, but I think they got it right.
I think they got it right, though. They think they got it right. Because the ball did go in front of them, but that was very, very close.
Yeah, he was 1 yard in front of the quarterback. So that was the right call.
Yeah, it was the right call.
But now it's, again, 3rd down and 4. Can the Wildcats get off the field here? Ball just on the Wildcat side of the 50 at the 49-yard line, just above the hat on top of the Bulldog head logo at midfield. Stubblefield with 2 receivers each side, and Casey Adams in the pistol. Now Adams moves to the right hip. Snap to Stubblefield.
Pass.
He'll pass it, wheel right out of the backfield, and a great catch made by Adams. He hung on to it through tough contact from Johnny Harris. First down, South Carolina State at the 41-yard line.
You got to watch that running back coming out of the backfield because they're trying to get a mismatch and make sure that our DBs aren't paying attention. I mean, great job as far as him not picking up any extra yardage, but it looked like Thornhill was trying to bait the quarterback for that pick, but he got it to the running back just a little bit too quickly.
It was Thornhill. Ball right hash, all 3 receivers on the left-hand side. Snap to Stubblefield. They'll throw a screen to the near side at the 40. Good blocking at the 35 down to the 32. The pass cut by DeAndre Ruffin. And a 9-yard gain, 2nd down and 1.
Looks like the play calling for South Carolina State is trying to get their receivers out in space and then let them do the work and what they know how to do.
2nd down, 2 yards to go.
2nd and 2 after the gain of 8. Quick snap to Stubblefield. Handoff. No, he'll throw it right over the middle. The linebacker bit on play action, and it's a big gain all the way to the 15 for Jordan Smith. He was matched up with Steven Sparrow. Sparrow bit really hard on that play action.
Yeah. You know, especially when you're a run-first person and just snuck right behind Sparrow and just a real quick get the ball out of his hands.
Now South Carolina State, where they have been so often tonight, inside the red zone of the Wildcats at the 14-yard line. Snap to Stubblefield. Hand off. He'll keep it. Run around the right-hand side. There's nobody there. He'll dive into the end zone for a touchdown. Again, both linebackers caught the fake to Adams, and Stubblefield had no issue rolling into the end zone. And South Carolina State, like a hot knife through butter, makes it 33-13.
Yeah. Great drive by South Carolina State, methodical. Stubblefield was able to get out, extend the play. Didn't see that he kind of had nothing but open terrain to run the ball in for the touchdown. So took another about a little under 4 minutes off the clock, and for a score.
Here comes Cavanius for the extra point. Snap, hold, kick is good, and with 7 minutes and 53 seconds to go in this third quarter, all the momentum for the Wildcats seemingly has gone away as another excellent South Carolina State drive covers 6 plays. This play is 6 plays, 17 yards. That's incorrect. We'll get the full drive review when we come back. We'll take a break. Wildcats on the ball next. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network at 1380 WELE. Back in Orangeburg at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium, South Carolina State goes 9 plays, 68 yards in 3 minutes and 16 seconds, and scores a rushing touchdown by Ryan Stubblefield of 13 yards to take a 34-13 lead over Bethune-Cookman. The Wildcats rolled out of halftime, good touchdown drive, had momentum, and then the defense just can't hold this South Carolina State offense. They're beating us through the air, they're beating us on the ground, and it all starts up front.
Yeah, they have flashes of greatness, and then South Carolina is just continuing just to chip away at the defense until they are able to find that little, crease in the armor and take those big plays.
Cavanius kicking off right to left to Marquis Johnson, who stands 1 yard deep in the left-hand end zone. The reality is the Wildcats spotted the Bulldogs 24 points in the first quarter.
Oh, man.
They didn't get off the bus ready to play tonight. Johnson at the 5-yard line. He'll bring it out up the right hash mark. Stutter step, runs into traffic at the 28 and pushes his way to the 31. More pushing and shoving after the whistles as the referees converge. They're letting the boys play on these kickoff returns.
You got to let them play a little bit, right? As long as nothing gets too far out of hand, this is football. There's going to be pushing. There's going to be shoving. There's going to be aggressive behavior. That's what you want to see, right?
But as this is going to be a deep cut, and if nobody gets it but me, I'm sorry. There's a cartoonist named Nathan Pyle, and he does like alien shorts, and they don't really comprehend human things. So there was one football one, and so he says, you can't shove after the shove time has ended. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 30, going left to right. The handoff goes left to Kamani Robinson. He shakes out of a tackle at the left-hand boundary, pushed out of bounds, gain of 2 yards.
Just some hard running. Uh-oh, we got a flag at the end of the play.
I almost looked like a face mask on Robinson there.
I don't know. We'll see what happens.
There's a South Carolina State player down. It is Joshua Barker, their preseason All-MEAC defensive tackle. The transfer from Benedict College came with his head coach, Chennis Berry, from Benedict 2 years ago.
Absolutely. I don't know what happened. I don't know if somebody said something. If there was, it didn't look like there was any extracurricular pushing or anything.
They just showed Chennis Berry on the ESPN broadcast that the referees continue to try and sort this out.
He's
But
trying to figure it. Oh, he's going to see his player.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 6.
they're going to get
15-yard penalty.
Brenyan Scott for a personal foul.
Sometimes you got to get it however you can get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so that'll give the Wildcats a first down up near midfield. But I want to talk real quick as they attend to Joshua Barker, who continues to be down behind the play. The tremendous job that Chennis Berry has done with the South Carolina State program. I mean, in year one, as we're going to see a replay. Oh, yeah, so Robinson was already out of bounds, and Scott jumped over the top of the pile and hit him when he was out of bounds.
Did he get DQ'd for it? Because he's getting escorted off the field.
Oh, he might have been. So Scott is walking back to the locker room. He takes off his gloves in disgust, takes off his helmet, and beats his leg with it. So he might have been DQ'd for that.
Oh, man. Not unless, 2 unsportsmanlike conducts equal
an ejection.
Yeah. So he may have gotten one earlier. I mean, Coach Berry, he's just been phenomenal. Just almost immediate buy-in from the team. He has that head coach like panache, that swag, that voice, that energy that wants you to follow, like Mike Tomlin would say, a leader of men, right? And so, and you can tell he does not have a hard time motivating his players, and they go out there and they go to fight for him, and he reminds them, hey, what are we playing for?
Yeah.
And they go out there and you can just see it in what they did last season, in his first season, right? And I mean, when you have turnarounds like that, it reminds you of just kind of like Brian Jenkins. He was already taking over from a legendary coach in Buddy Pugh, and when Coach Pugh wanted to call it a career, man, they picked a great replacement who didn't have to move anywhere.
Yeah, he was already in South Carolina at Benedict. After the penalty, 1st and 10 for Bethune-Cookman at their own 46-yard line. They'll go left to right. Ransom takes the snap back to pass, throws back across the field to Ricky Shaw at the 50. He cuts it up to the 45 of South Carolina State and runs out of bounds at the 44-yard line. I am hearing from the sideline, courtesy of our SID, Bryce Wojnowski, that Javon Ross has been shut down for the game with a sprained ankle.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's why we haven't seen him in the second half.
Yeah, okay, so I think I know it happened in the second quarter. His ankle got rolled up on, and then you go into the halftime, and you're sitting there. It stiffens up. So
that was an 11-yard gain and a first down for the Wildcats at the 44-yard line of South Carolina State. Snap to Cam. Cam keeps, rolls left, has a lane to the 40, to the 35, to the 30 down the left-hand side. He lowers his shoulder and punches his way to the 20-yard line before he steps out of bounds.
Great decision-making by Cam Ransom. A design rollout for Cam to the left-hand side. He's looking, and then he just sees like there's nothing but green grass in front of turf in front of him.
There ain't no
There's
grass
out there, but turf in front of him, and just takes the advantage and just for a great gain, put the Wildcats in just outside the red zone.
They'll be at the 21-yard line after a 19-yard pickup by Cam Ransom on that last run.
Yeah.
Cam with Scott on his right hip, motions the tight end. Morales to the left-hand side of the line. The handoff goes to Scott, left-hand side, tries to cut it up, gets one, maybe two. They'll give him one to the 20-yard line. The running game tonight has not been spectacular. And if you look at the overall running for the Wildcats, 3.8 yards a carry, 96 rushing yards on 25 carries.
Yeah. Not great, but, things can change in a half. They really can. And right now the Wildcats are marching down the field and are now technically in the red zone.
Second down and 9 for BCU at the South Carolina State 20-yard line. They attack the end zone to listeners' right. Cam Ransom throws to the tight end, across the middle, at the 10, down to the 5. They'll spot him at the 6-yard line, first down BCU. That's a play action. Cam rolls left and then just almost underhand pitches it to Morales.
Yeah, I mean, just like I said, being able to freeze the defense, get your receivers in the open space, and get the ball out.
First and goal at the 7, handoff Robinson, pushes his way to the 5, and he's still moving the pile down to the 4-yard line. Second and goal coming up. Last time they were down here, Cam Ransom took it himself from 3 yards out.
A nice spot. They spotted it at the 3.
Yeah.
At the 3-yard line. So Wildcat is back for their second drive of the second half, knocking on the door of the end zone again.
Their first drive was a 19-yard touchdown pass to Morales after scoring on their last full drive of the first half as well. Cam rolls left, gets a block, dives for the goal line, lost the football. It's loose on the ground, and South Carolina State has the ball in the end zone.
Are they counting him down?
We'll see.
Because they haven't made
There's no signal. South Carolina State.
They just made the signal. They're giving it a touchback.
Yeah, South Carolina, another fumble. The second of the game for the Wildcats, their third turnover. There's still a lot of conversation going on.
They're probably going to want to look at it.
And there you hear what the crowd here at Dawson thinks of that. And we're seeing the replay now.
No, that's down. You got to give it to him down.
It looks like his arm is down.
You got to give a replay because the ground cannot force a fumble. He stretched his arm out.
I almost said safety.
Go.
Like, what are we?
There we go. Because
it looked like his arm is down.
It looks like the arm is down
at the 1 yard line
as he's trying to cross the ball into the end zone. And by rule, the ground cannot cause a fumble. So it's out. It hits the ground. At that point, play's dead.
We're going to get another look at it. This one from behind. Cam dives, and
his knee was down before the ball popped out. I think
but when does the ball pop out? Because I see the ball on the ground now in the end zone, and South Carolina State dives on it.
I think that the Wildcats, from what I just saw, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope I'm right, but I think that the Wildcats retain possession of.
But remember,
of this ball.
Remember, the call on the field is a fumble.
The call on the field is a fumble.
You have to have significant evidence to overturn that call.
And so what I saw was significant evidence. But no, so what I saw, in all seriousness, is that his knee was on the ground before the ball leaves his hand. So I think that it's a possibility that the Wildcats retain possession of this ball. And so, and two, once again, it's going to be on the 1. He should have been called down.
So we're seeing it one more time. Cam leaps. It depends on when the ball comes out, because it's hard to tell when the ball actually comes out. We're seeing it from the back of the end zone now. He leaps and
knee down, ball out.
Yeah, it definitely. And then the ball comes out, and he kicks the ball afterwards. That sends it in the end. The ball didn't go in the end zone until Cam kicked it. So we shall see. Again, the call on the field was fumble. There has to be significant evidence to overturn. But from what we have seen, we think through our maroon and gold colored glasses that it should be Wildcat football, second and goal at the 1 yard line.
I think that we're decently pretty, like when it comes to like challenges and when we have the monitor in front of us, I think that we do a pretty good job of like being realistic about what the call is going to be.
Yeah.
And so
here we go. White hat, headset off. I think they're waiting for the South Carolina State band to stop playing.
Yeah, so we can.
I think, upheld it, and it's going to be a fumble. I couldn't hear what he said. But
I
he
can't
made
hear.
he made the touchback signal, and they're moving the chains back to the 20-yard line. So doesn't matter what we think up here. All that matters is what the Stripes think, and the Wildcats turn the ball over for the third time tonight. A fumble by Timmy McClain in the first quarter, recovered for a score by South Carolina State. A Cam Ransom interception that was just chucked up on 3rd and long, and then that one, a fumble by Cam that really shouldn't have been.
I wouldn't doubt it if they appealed that play, because I really do think that he was down.
I'm not sure what you're appealing down 34-13. South Carolina State back on the ball at the 20-yard line. Here's Stubblefield throwing down the left-hand sideline. Catch made. A twisting, turning catch. I don't think that's Johnny Jones who came up with that. No, it's Jordan Smith.
Just the right now, what's South Carolina State's receivers have just been really good at just gaining separation from our defensive backs. Just the angles that they take, it's taking a lot more time for our defensive backs to be able to close that separation.
15-yard pickup, 1st and 10 for South Carolina State at their own 35-yard line, going right to left. Stubblefield play action throws down the far side numbers. A comeback route is caught at the 45-yard line, and pushing forward for first down yardage to the 49 is the receiver, tackled by 3 different Wildcats, led by Malik Stinnett. That was Ruffin on the catch. And another first down by South Carolina State. And I think all the wind is gone out of the Wildcat sails now.
Not just yet. I think that they may still have a little bit more, but they're going to have to start making, faster drives in order to.
1st and 10 at the 49. Stubblefield rolls to his left, throws deep. One-on-one coverage. Left side numbers. Out of bounds. Incomplete. Flag flies. Late pass interference is going to be called against the Wildcats is Jaden Davis.
Tariq Hollinger.
Oh, correction, Hollinger.
Hollinger in coverage, and just like that, that's going to be easily a pass interference. Why? Because the defensive back does not turn his head to track the ball. So if you're only looking at and playing the receiver and making contact with him, and he pulled his arm.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
The ball was thrown 5 yards out of bounds, but that doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter at that point because you're impeding the receiver's progress.
That'll move the ball all the way to the Wildcat 36-yard line. 1st and 10 for South Carolina State. Ryan Stubblefield, who has been excellent at quarterback tonight, hasn't done anything flashy, just gotten the ball where it needs to go. They'll switch running backs. Casey Fields only had 4 carries in the first half, is back in. Stubblefield throws an out route to the far side, almost missing a tackle at the boundary, but recovering well as Hollinger and Nick Rawls to combo on the tackle of Jordan Smith. That's an 8-yard gain. They're the 28-yard line, 2nd down and 2.
Real quick, fast, nothing just out the ordinary. A quick arrow route into the flat, get the ball out your hands, get upfield, make a play.
2nd and 2 for South Carolina State inside the Wildcat 30 at the 28-yard line. Stubblefield with Fields on his left hip. Stubblefield will back to pass. He has to get rid of it quickly. It's caught at the near side numbers at the 15-yard line. Coming back to make the catch was Jordan Smith, and it's another first down for the Bulldogs.
Like I said, even when the chips are down for you, you have to be able to keep your head in the game. You got to know where the receiver is. You got to be able to play still disciplined ball because not everything's going to go right for you. And even if things are going terribly wrong, you have to be able to put yourself in a position that you don't hurt your team more than what's already going on.
Man in motion left to right, that's Johnson. They'll run the ball to the left-hand side with Casey Fields. He's driven out of bounds just for a 1-yard gain at the 11-yard line.
Great open field tackle by Gunter. Off to the left-hand side, making sure we do not miss.
They'll give him 3, actually, to the 11. So 2nd down and 7 now for South Carolina State, looking to put more points on the board. It's already 34-13. South Carolina State. Fields, inside trap handoff, pummeled at the 8-yard line. That'll be close to a first down, 3rd and 1 coming up.
as you see, South Carolina is now taking their time a little
Yeah,
bit more.
they're slowing it
they're
down.
slowing
as
it down.
We have 30 seconds to go in the third quarter.
They're slowing it down. They're going to the line, holding a little bit, letting some of this time tick off the clock. They're going to run one more play before the end of the quarter.
Mason Pickett-Hicks is now the running back on 3rd down and 3. They spot the ball at the 9-yard line inside the 10 of Bethune-Cookman. Stubblefield looking for the end zone, throws across the middle. That is a touchdown right at the goal line for South Carolina State. Jordan Smith makes the touchdown catch. And it is 41-13 with 3 seconds to go. Unless they say he didn't get in the end zone.
No.
Yeah, no, he got in.
He got in. He got in. He got in. Great initial stick by Nick Rawls. Just the momentum of the receiver just was a little bit too much going forward.
Calvinius on for the extra point. It is good. And with 12 seconds to go in the third quarter, it is 42-13. South Carolina State over Bethune-Cookman. I'll tell you what, it doesn't get any easier next week.
No, it doesn't.
Because we got a 3-0 Edward Waters team coming to Daytona Stadium, led by a hungry Brian Jenkins.
That's on fire, Edward Waters.
They've scored 40-plus points in 3 straight games.
3 straight games, averaging over 40 points. Averaging over 40 points a game, and don't think that just because they're in a different league that they aren't coming to compete. And so, I don't know what Coach Woody's going to do, but whatever it is, the Wildcats will need to clear their minds and just get ready for the next game. Once this clock hits all zeros, you got to start thinking about the next game because it's the first home opener. It's the home opener, and you want to be able to perform in front of home. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's. I know this is a difficult place where we are right now, but we have to be able to stay focused going forward.
And remember, this is a South Carolina State team. They're coming off a Celebration Bowl appearance as Marquis Johnson takes the ball at the 2-yard line, gets hit at the 15, and the blocking just wasn't there on that one for the Wildcats. That is coming off a Celebration Bowl appearance, returning a lot of their key players from last year as we hit the end of the third quarter. We'll talk to you at the start of the fourth. Wildcat ball when we come back. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WLE. 41-13 our score. We start the fourth quarter here in Orangeburg, South Carolina at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium. It's the Bulldogs of South Carolina State all over their former MEAC foe Bethune-Cookman, 41-13. The Bulldogs have racked up 390 total yards on just 58 plays, 6.7 yards per play for the Bulldogs tonight. That last touchdown drive covered 8 plays, 80 yards in 3 minutes and 51 seconds. And this is starting to feel more like the Alabama A&M game last year than anything else, Johnny Vickers.
Oh, man. The Alabama A&M, and, that was a game that we thought that we could come in and compete because of the struggles Alabama A&M was having. And ultimately, that was their homecoming, and Alabama A&M just took advantage of all the Wildcat missteps during that game. So not just what they did when we gave them certain things, you know what I mean? So there were certain things we just gift wrapped. You couldn't get out of third down situations and all the other things that make for a difficult offensive and defensive series.
Well, we start the fourth quarter with the Wildcats on offense. They'll start at their own 16-yard line after not a great return by Marquis Johnson. We're going to see Cam Ransom continue at quarterback as he has for most of the night after replacing a struggling Timmy McClain early on. He's led the Wildcats on 2 touchdown drives and fumbled into the end zone on the Wildcats' last appearance. 5 wide. Now they'll motion Scott back into the backfield. Cam keeps it up the middle, lowers his shoulder, falls forward to the 22-yard line. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5 for the Wildcats.
Good positive yard situation. Cam Ransom is just trying to help keep the Wildcats moving forward at this point. That's really what I know is going through his mind, and making sure that he protects the ball as he's going down this field.
2nd and 5 now for BCU at their own 22. Ransom keeps, rolls left, has a lane down the far hash mark to the 30, to the 35, to the 40, cuts it back at the 45, and spun down from behind near midfield. They'll spot the ball at the 47-yard line.
Just great holding the defense. And once again, just turf opens up in front of him, and he makes the right call and using his feet to be able to get downfield. Just a great run by Cam Ransom.
This is about putting things together for the next week, right? This has become practice. For the 3rd week in a row, this has become game time practice with 14 minutes to go down 41-13.
You have to, and I don't want to jump ahead into next week. But
Ransom, plenty of time in the pocket. He's going to air it out down the middle of the field. Has Huggins out there. He stands under it, makes the catch, and rolls into the end zone.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen.
Touchdown Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown Maroon and Gold. A 53-yard strike is a bullseye from Ransom to Malik Huggins.
Huggins gets behind the secondary, and Cam Ransom just puts a dot, hits him in stride for another Wildcat touchdown. See, now we're seeing these flashes of greatness, but we just have to be able to put it together throughout the whole game.
That's the best pocket that either BCU quarterback has had all night. Did Malik Huggins hit the thriller celebration in the end zone?
I think he did. I think he did.
Is that another botched extra point?
Nope, it's good.
Oh, he got it? Okay.
I
thought it looked like he missed it. Well, again, it's very dark out there, especially that far side of the field.
Listen,
he got it. So with 13 minutes and 45 seconds to go, it's South Carolina State 41, Bethune-Cookman 20.
I mean, at this point, we have to make sure that we're doing everything possible to complete this game and make sure that we complete this game at the highest possible level. I mean, we just saw a flash of greatness right there with Cam hitting Malik in stride for a touchdown. So that means there's still a lot of football left to be played. But the Wildcats have to keep their head in the game. They can't let all of the bad things knock them out of their rhythm.
Yeah.
Why? Because bad things happen. They're going to happen. But you have to be able to execute in the midst of all of it. And you have to cut down on all the daggone penalties, especially that we had in the first quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't really been penalized since the first quarter.
No.
We had unnecessary things, the hands to the face. We had the illegal ineligible man downfield. So we had a lot of things that we've been hit with in the past 2 games that we should be watchful for and more attentive to. Like Coach Woody always talks about, attention to detail. It's those attentions to detail that will help you win games.
That BCU drive covered 84 yards in 3 plays and ended with a 53-yard touchdown pass from Cam Ransom to Malik Huggins, his first touchdown catch of the season. Now, the last 10 meetings between these two teams coming in today was 5-5. But South Carolina State has won all 3 since Bethune-Cookman has moved to the SWAC in 2021. 2 here, 1 in Daytona Beach.
Yeah, I mean, South Carolina State has been on the come up. Like I said, they've always been a tough team, so that's no surprise. But especially under Buddy Pugh. But then you have Coach Barry coming in, and he is just wanting to take this historic program to a whole nother level and having the buy-in, and kids are watching this program from all over the country, and I believe that he's going to be able to get some top-tier recruits coming in here next year.
Here we go again with Juan Dominguez kicking off right to left. I wonder who's going to be on this return. It was Brennan Scott, but he was ejected and
Great
upended
tackle.
at the 15-yard line is the other number 6, Mason Pickett Hicks. Well, that's not confusing at all, is it?
Man, listen, double numbers, the bane of my
I've been on
existence
this rant
in football.
before.
Oh,
Double
man.
numbers do not need to exist. You don't need them.
You know what? And I agree with you. I completely agree with you. You can only have, I mean, 105 players now. So if you're going to dress all of them, then you might have double numbers. But outside of that,
But you don't need 2 zeros, 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3. You
Listen,
don't need it. You do not need it.
when I played back in the day, we didn't have double numbers. I know I'm making myself sound old, but I mean it's still something, because if you get caught with both of the same number on the field, it's a penalty.
Yep, Ryan Stubblefield still in at quarterback for South Carolina State, and they're going to be called for a delay of game. Not paying attention.
Not paying attention. They thought they had more time, and that clock was just ticking down, and the ball had been placed. So, I mean, that happens to us because sometimes our clock is not going off, but the referees have started the clock.
Yeah.
So.
First and 15, sorry, for South Carolina State. They back them up to the 14-yard line. The handoff goes to KZ Adams. He'll spin through a hole in the A-gap and get back close to the original line of scrimmage. So, Tyler Smith, excuse me, not KZ Adams. Smith, the redshirt junior out of Gaffney, South Carolina. He is a career South Carolina State Bulldog now in his 4th season of the program. So he stayed through the coaching transition.
I mean, hey, you know, those are very rare things to hear of a kid staying 4 years at the institution.
Second down and 11 after a 4-yard run. Stubblefield back to pass, unleashes it to the near side boundary, caught at the 25-yard line. Close to a first down. They'll spot it at the 26 and be 3rd down and 3.
Tackled by Nick Rawls.
Yeah, Tyler Smith out of the backfield made the catch there. Rawls has played hard tonight.
He has, and he's typically a very sound player. Doesn't let too many receivers get behind him.
3rd and 2 now for South Carolina State. They're at the 26-yard line going left to right. Up 41-20 with 12:38 to go in the ball game over Bethune-Cookman. Let's see if Wildcats can get off on 3rd down. They haven't really been able to all game. Stubblefield hit as he throws. The ball goes incomplete, and it's 4th down.
Great rush by look like Jeremy Greaves.
And A.J. Hall as well.
Getting in there and causing disruption. And the Wildcats get out of a 3rd down situation. And I mean, just what we needed. Just like I said, right now, at this point, you're just trying to be competitive in this game. You know what I mean? And so hopefully it continues to be a trend with 12 minutes and 27 seconds left in this game. Well, one clock says 3:07, the other says 12:30.
Yeah, 12:30. I go off the stadium clock. That's what everybody else is looking at. Yeah, no, that was great pressure.
Timeout, South Carolina State.
Because they were about to run afoul of the play clock again on the punt.
I mean, at that point, it doesn't matter. It
Yeah.
gives you, but if you don't want to lose that field position,
Yeah.
then
So it'll be only the second punt of the night for South Carolina State coming up for Elliot Janish after this timeout. We'll take it with him and be right back. Wildcats on the ball next. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Bit of confusion on the field. There was no media timeout, so we are ready to go with this Elliot Janish punt. And Malik Huggins, who caught the last touchdown pass from Cam Ransom, is back to receive it. Janish gets the punt away. Huggins at the near side numbers makes the catch at the 35, sidesteps one, sidesteps two, back to the middle of the field, and he is dragged down back at the 30-yard line.
that wasn't a face mask, or was I?
I think he got him by the shoulder pad. We'll see on the replay. The Wildcats will start at their own 31-yard line. Again, trying to be a little bit too cute with it instead of her turning his hips upfield and putting his foot in the ground.
He was trying to make room. In fact, that was the one person he needed to beat in order for a decent sized return. So
Well, now it's a media timeout,
Now
so the
it
Wildcats
is.
will have the ball when we
Yeah.
come back. This is BCU football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back in Orangeburg at Dawson Stadium, where we have 12 minutes and 18 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter. The South Carolina State Bulldogs are up on the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 41-20 as the Wildcats get the ball back at their own 33-yard line. After a respot, after the punt by South Carolina State, only their second punt of the night, will give the ball back to the maroon and gold. Cam Ransom, still the quarterback. Three receivers to the right-hand side, one to the left, with one back in the backfield as well. Four down front for South Carolina State. They will rush only four. Cam has to step up in the pocket. He tries to escape. He stays on his feet at the 30, and he'll lose 2 yards back to the 31 on a sack.
Cam trying to make something happen with his legs. A defense, that's a coverage sack right there. He wasn't able to get the ball out of his hands. So not what you want to see out of your first play of this drive, but hopefully the Wildcats can bounce back because they've been doing a pretty decent job in this third and fourth quarter.
Second down and 12 after the loss of 2. Cam keeps, looks, throws down the numbers to the 45. Catch made. And out of bounds for first down yardage at the 46-yard line is Malik Huggins.
Malik Huggins right there in space, just hey, let's get Cam down the line, get him throwing the ball, having a run pass option, and Cam just if he has to throw, Cam is making the throws right now. So
1st and 10 for the Wildcats with 11:22 to go in the ball game, down 41-20, but still fighting for every blade of grass here in the 4th quarter.
turf.
Listen, it's grass to
It's
me.
grass today.
It looks green. They play football on it. Ransom in the pocket, now rolls out, takes the check down to the near side to Kamani Robinson. Jakes a defender out of his shoes and gets to the 50 and the 47-yard line of South Carolina State. Great move by Robinson.
Way to pick up extra yardage and make the defender miss. I mean, that's just great football right there. The defender had him in space. He's able to run through the arm tackle, and the Wildcats look like they're going tempo because they're trying to get a score as quickly as possible to get the defense back on the field, to get the offense back on the field.
6 yards on the pickup, 2nd and 4. They're into South Carolina State territory at the 48-yard line with 10:28 counting to go in the ball game. Cam with Robinson on his right hip, 4 in the pattern with the receivers. Cam throws on the flat to the near side, caught by Malik Huggins. He'll rumble out of bounds at the 42-yard line of South Carolina State. Good enough for a 1st down yardage.
And stopping the clock. But even though the clock is stopped, the Wildcats are going tempo to make sure that they can, do as much as they can with the time that they have with 10:08, 10:07 on the clock, excuse me.
1st and 10 for BCU. They're at the South Carolina State 43-yard line going right to left in the gold helmets. White jerseys, white pants, maroon numbers with gold trim. Cam faces pressure from the backside, fires over the middle and behind and incomplete. He was looking for Josh Evans on a crossing pattern.
If he would have waited just a second longer, he would have had Short coming across on a dig route, open, like ridiculously open in space.
Yep. So it'll be 2nd and 10. The Wildcats, since Cam came in the game, have been more of like a run-focused team on the RPOs. Now on this drive, they're just snap, drop back, throw.
Yeah, like I said, the clock is stopped, but trying to make the most out of the time that they have.
3 receivers right, single left on 2nd and 10. Cam hands the ball off. Robinson has space to the 45 to the 30 to the left-hand side. Has the block to the 20.
Why did he go inside?
And drags down at the 11-yard line. What a great run by the freshman Kamani Robinson.
Why did he go inside? Josh Evans was blocking his man downfield. Watch this. He could have stayed outside. Look at him.
Yeah, there was a great seal block.
But the defender was behind him, so he was trying to outrun the defender behind him. But, I mean, Evans, let's talk about his blocking downfield that gave Robinson at least another 5 to 10 yards on that play.
Great run. 32 yards by Kamani Robinson sets the Wildcats up on the red zone to the 13-yard line. Cam gets up the middle, gets a block to the 5, touchdown Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown maroon and gold. Is that Josh Evans on the block again? My goodness.
Get the boy the ball now. Let's go.
Cam Ransom, his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game. And the Wildcats are making this score a little bit more respectable with 9 minutes to go. It's 41-26. And really, right, if you don't get hosed on that fumble call, it could be 7 more.
That's what I would say. That's what I'm saying. Like, ladies and gentlemen, if you have like time and can go back and watch the replay of this game, go back to that third quarter play where Cam Ransom fumbles the ball near the end zone, and I think that you will see that he was down
before the ball
came out.
High snap on the extra point. Tulin does corral it, though, and Dominguez puts it through. So with 9 minutes and 1 second to go in the ball game, it is 41 South Carolina State, Bethune-Cookman 27. We'll take a break and be right back right here on the CatEye Radio Network in 1380 WELE. Well, the Wildcats score again to make the score 41-27. South Carolina State still has the lead. That drive summary for Bethune-Cookman, 7 plays, 67 yards, ending in a 13-yard touchdown run by Cam Ransom, his second touchdown run of the game. And we talked about this during the break, Johnny. From the second quarter on, the Wildcats are winning this game 24-17.
Like I said earlier, if we can get that first quarterback, if we can have a redo, this is a completely different game with a completely different feel. I mean, but right now, we have to be where we are. Now, if I'm Coach Woody, I'm possibly looking at an onside kick because I don't think they're expecting it at this point. You know, our defense has been playing very well, and we're going to try to get the ball back again, or a sky kick, a pooch kick, some way to get under it to give us an extra possession.
They're going to go deep with it. Juan Dominguez all the way back to the 5-yard line, cutting left to right across the field is Pickett Hicks, and he's going to be run down to the 26-yard line. A run all the way out of bounds, it looks like, to the middle of the field, and a scrum after the play. There's a Bulldog on the ground. And again, no flags. There's been some battling going on these kickoff returns.
I mean, but listen, let me tell you something. We're watching these boys, and I see Montrevious Lloyd trying to strip the ball out of his hand. Like, they're doing everything possible to get that ball back. Now, this is the thing, though. When you're going to strip that ball, do not have it where, like, he's gaining more yards while you're trying to strip the ball.
Yeah.
Get him on the ground, live to play another down.
First down and 10 for South Carolina State. They're at their own 13-yard line. The handoff goes up the middle. And that's a good run. 5 yards at least to the 22. Didn't see who carried the ball. It was Mason Pickett Hicks. So second down and 5 now for South Carolina State. Pickett Hicks, the sophomore out of Rock Hill, South Carolina, former South Point High School graduate, all-region team. Chose South Carolina State over Kennesaw State, his 2 Division I offers. Second and 4 after the 6-yard run. They'll give it to Pickett Hicks again, up the middle, and another big hole to run through between the tackles. Gets right to the 26-yard line, which is exactly how much he needs for a first down. And South Carolina State will move the chains.
Yep. South Carolina State, all they're trying to do right now is eat up the clock. So they're going to try to keep this ball on the ground to keep the clock running. So the Wildcats have got to come up with like 3 good stops right here to be able to have the opportunity to get another possession to be able to try to put the ball back into the end zone.
Well, this is where you can practice stopping the run, right?
I mean,
got to do it right here.
You have to do it right here.
But there's only one linebacker in the box as Stubblefield runs around the left-hand side, wrapped up and dropped to the 31-yard line. Hollinger made the tackle. Jaden Davis was also there for Bethune-Cookman, but that's another 5-yard gain on first down.
Gain of 5, second and 5, Bulldogs.
Gotta stop. You gotta stop at 2nd and 5. If we can get like a no gain here, this would be an excellent opportunity for the Wildcats.
Stubblefield with Pickett Hicks next to him on his left hip. They bring Jalen Johnson in motion across the formation. They run backside to Pickett Hicks. He's got a big lane at the 40, and he's gone right-hand sideline all the way home. A 74-yard touchdown run for Mason Pickett Hicks. Well, that won't help the yards per carry average
at all
for Bethune-Cookman. And just like that, South Carolina State, 47. That's the most points the Wildcats have given up this season, topping the 45 they gave up to Miami last week. That's just good blocking on the outside, and he hit that hole and turned upfield.
I mean, the name of the game at that point was just sealing off the side and creating a lane for your running back to be able to just take it to the end zone.
Cavanius on for the extra point. And every time the Wildcats have punched, the Bulldogs have hit back.
I mean, but that's what it is. It's like, this is why you cannot wait to get your head in the game. You cannot wait to, make the adjustments that you have to make in order to be successful and compete in the ball game. You have to do it a little bit faster. You got to become an athlete. You have to become a football player. You can't just be a football player. You have to start learning how to be a student of the game, so you can go on the sideline and be like, Coach, this is what they're doing. This is how we can make the adjustment. This is the blocking scheme. This is what we're seeing. Go back, talk to your coaches, because this is the thing. You got to learn how to communicate. Now, one thing I will say about this is that on the defense, I don't think I'm seeing enough communication. I think that once they get set, they're set. I don't see people talking. I don't see people pointing like, hey, they're in this formation, so this is what we need to watch out for draws. We need to watch out for screens. Here comes zone read out of this formation. So I would like to see a lot more communication on the defensive side of the ball, right, to avoid what we just saw, a long home runs like that.
Make sure, stay up to date with everything Bethune-Cookman Athletics by checking out the Wildcats on social media. Give BCU Athletics a like on Facebook and follow the Wildcats on X and Instagram at BCU_athletics. For the latest on BCU football, follow at BCU Gridiron on X and Instagram. There is no BC without you. Show your support for Bethune-Cookman Athletics by joining the Wildcat Champions Club today. Help us build a championship culture at Bethune-Cookman. You can join and join at bcuathletics.com/champions club. That's bcuathletics.com/champions club. While we're in this timeout, let's go around the SWAC one more time. Take a look at those scores. Jackson State beats Tuskegee 30-0, even without their QB1, Jacobian Morgan. And looks like Alabama A&M has defeated Tennessee State in Nashville 23-21.
Oh, man.
Alabama State beats Miles 37-9. Alcorn State is down 63-0 to Mississippi State.
Oh, okay.
That game has just gone final. Arkansas Pine Bluff is up 34-8 over Lincoln University of California. Deep in the fourth quarter there. Prairie View is down 31-7 to Rice with 10 minutes to go in the third quarter. Grambling State, now again, Google could be bamboozling us here, is behind Kentucky State 21-17 with 11:52 to go in the third.
Wow.
Mississippi Valley State trails Southeastern Louisiana 56-3 is the score updates.
Oh, wow.
With 5 minutes to go in the third quarter there. Texas Southern is trailing Lamar 28-7 with 1 minute to go in the third quarter there. The kickoff goes into the corner, being brought out at the goal line by Markey Johnson. Gets a block, tiptoes the sideline, and just can't stay in bounds near the 30-yard line. Florida A&M was down 12-3 to Albany State. It's now 23-14 Florida A&M over the Golden Rams with 12 minutes to go in that one. And Southern is all the way out in California at Fresno State. They don't start for another 45 minutes. First and 10 for Bethune-Cookman. They'll start this drive at their own 31-yard line. I'll tell you what, Markey Johnson is going to house one at some point this season. I'm calling it right now.
He is gnawing at the bit. I'm trying to tell you. We're going to be saying reservations for 6 for Markey Johnson off of the kickoff.
All 4 receivers to the right-hand side of the formation, and I think South Carolina State's going to take a timeout before Bethune-Cookman can snap the ball. Or we're going to get a delay of game penalty because there were zeros on the play clock. Oh, well, they're going to move it back 5 yards. Well, that kind of negates the surprise that BCU was going with on that play with 4 receivers to the wide side of the field, Johnny.
Well, they didn't see the play, so they'll probably stay in the same.
They will stay in the same
formation.
First and 10 now at the 25, going right to left here in the fourth quarter. Cam, bubble screen, right-hand side.
Good.
Huggins gets a block, gets a first down out past the 35-yard line. Depends on where they spot it. They'll give him first down yardage right at the 35 with 6:40 and counting to go in the ballgame. Wildcats down 48-27, but a valiant effort. After the first quarter, it's a tie ball game at 27-27.
Listen, I wish I could just, take the first quarter and burn it.
Go back in time. Do some Doctor Who voodoo. Go back in time.
Doctor Strange, Doctor somebody.
First and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 35, going right to left. Cam Ransom takes the snap, play action, has time in the pocket, throws deep across his body.
Got it.
And the pass is caught right at the boundary by Malik Huggins, who has come alive in this second half. They'll spot the ball right at the midfield stripe. First down, BCU.
Listen, Malik Huggins has some of the most sure hands on the team. And, I mean, that was a throw from the far hash all the way to the opposite sideline. And, I mean, just placed the ball perfectly to be able to get Huggins and stop the clock. Why is the clock going?
Yeah, well, because we're outside of 2 minutes.
But he was out of bounds? Even out of going out?
Yep.
Oh, man.
First and 10 for the Wildcats. Trips in a bunch formation left, single right to the wide side. Cam looks there in one-on-one coverage to Lorenzo Jenkins. It's a low throw, but Jenkins puts his hand under it for an 8-yard gain at the 42-yard line of South Carolina State into plus territory.
I want to see us get the ball to Lorenzo Jenkins in space. Like, right now he's able to get the ball, and typically he has a defender right on him. But I want to see Lorenzo Jenkins down the field in space. And I think he's been underused so far, but I don't think he's going to be like that forever.
Clock moving, 5.5 to go. 3rd down and 2 for the Wildcats at the SC State 42. Cam keeps, throws a screen to the near side and throws it all the way out of bounds over the head of Ricky Shaw. And it's going to be, 3rd down and 3, not 2nd down and 2. I had it backwards in my head.
That's
so it is now 3rd down and 3 with 5:15 to go in the game.
Well, here we go.
This has been a long old contest, 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I thought that we would be out of here by at least 9:30.
Well, not when they score 48-27. 3rd down and 3. Wildcats will probably keep it on the field if they don't get it here at the South Carolina State 42-yard line. Cam keeps, breaks a tackle, pushes forward past the 41st down yardage. What a gutsy run by Cam.
Oh, man.
He kept it on the RPO. It looked like that play was dead in the backfield, but he just broke through an arm tackle and kept those legs churning.
I mean, just a great play by Cam. They had a read on it, but Cam just muscled his way through the defense.
1st and 10 at the 38 of South Carolina State. Cam play action. Looking deep across his body, and that comebacker is caught at the 20-yard line by Ricky Shaw, and he is thrown down wrestling style. The forward progress will get to the 22-yard line. 21. We'll split the difference.
I know, but he caught that on the 20, but I guess beggars can't be choosers at this point.
Another big first down, though. Cam rolling right and then throwing left, because remember, he's left-handed.
Yeah.
So that throw is not across his body. It's to the wide side of the field. Has been very effective on this drive.
Yeah, and it seems like the line is blocking a lot better and giving him time to be able to make that throw.
Play action to Scott, the blitz. He throws one-on-one coverage in the end zone. Malik Huggins is there.
No,
a flag flies, and it doesn't matter.
Lorenzo Jenkins.
Is it Jenkins?
It's Jenkins. Touchdown.
It is Jenkins. It's touchdown Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown Maroon and Gold. Jenkins made that catch through a pass interference penalty in the back of the end zone.
And I just said I want to see the ball get to on the defense. And I just said I wanted to see the ball get to Lorenzo Jenkins' hands. And, I mean, what a great pass. And how Jenkins spikes through the pass interference for that touchdown. Oh, man.
And a great blitz pickup by Tico Schultz.
Look at this.
He goes over the top of Demario Bookhart, the cornerback, and basket catches it in midair with the defender draped all over him 5 yards deep in the end zone. What a ridiculous catch.
He has at least one of those a game.
There's a reason we call him Can't Guard Zoe. My goodness.
I'm trying to tell you.
Another bad snap, and the extra point is good, but they got to work on that in practice because there's been a bunch of bobbled snaps on kicks today.
I mean,
but it's 48-34 with 3:58 to go in the ball game.
At this point right now, like I said earlier, do we kick and do we do onside? Do we kick an onside kick? Because 3 minutes and 58 seconds left to go in the game, and the score is 48-34. But how I see it is, it gives us an extra possession, and who knows what we might be able to do with that possession. Especially that we're rolling now like 30. Like it took us how many games last year to even break this like a 30-point mark?
Well, it was Clark Atlanta. It was game 3.
It was game 3. So game 3 here, and Clark Atlanta was. We're not even going to talk about Clark Atlanta right now.
It is South Carolina State 48, Bethune-Cookman 34. We've taken this football game and turned it into a basketball game on the field of Dawson Stadium tonight. As Juan Dominguez will pooch it.
Pooch it. There it is.
It lands at the 25. It's dove on by Pickett Hicks at the 26-yard line. And that's the right decision, right? Don't even have a chance of bobbling it or anything like that. Just dive on it and let it be.
Yeah. But I'm glad to see that, hey, let's try to pooch it. Let's see if we can't get an extra possession out of it. Now, here we are with the defense. Sideline warning with Bethune-Cookman. But let's do everything we can do to be able to at least get another possession. We have to be able to stop them, and I guess we will try to let the clock, let the 2-minute timeout be our first timeout.
Yep. 1st and 10 for South Carolina State. First, we got to stop the Bulldogs. They're at their own 26-yard line. Bubble screen, left-hand side. Great tackle from behind. Wow. Jaden Davis ate up about 15 yards of ground and tackled Jordan Smith for just a 1-yard gain.
I mean, Jaden Davis came from like the other side of the field when he realized what was going on. Wow, he covered a lot of land.
Get that man on the track team running sprints. My goodness.
Jesus.
They gave him 2 yards, 2nd down and 8 for South Carolina State, just shy of their own 30-yard line. Snap to Stubblefield. Hand off up the A-gap to the 33-yard line. And it'll be 3rd down and 3 coming up for South Carolina State.
Oh, Nick Rawls is in there coming up, filling the hole fast, making sure that they don't gain any extra yardage.
They gave him 5 on that one, make it 3rd down and 2.
Hey.
And now they're just going to let the clock roll under 3 minutes now.
Yeah.
Wildcats still have 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute timeout. 3rd down and 2 for South Carolina State. The feature back is Tyler Smith. It'll be Stubblefield to throw the wheel out to Smith out of the backfield, and he might be gone down the near sideline. He's going to be shoestring tackled all the way at the Wildcat 29-yard line. Jaden Davis, again, saved a touchdown.
No, Nick Rawls.
Oh, Nick Rawls. Was it Rawls? They were playing similar positions.
Oh, man.
No, we are right. It was Nick Rawls. Saved a touchdown.
Oh, man. I saw him coming out of the backfield, and as soon as it happened, I knew it. That was that was the play. That was the play that keeps the drive alive. Oh, man. I saw it happening.
The Bulldogs are 7 of 11 on 3rd down tonight. 1st and 10 now at the Wildcat 28 near the red zone. Adams in the backfield makes a man miss at the 20 near side, angling toward the out-of-bounds line, tackled by Jaden Davis. 11-yard pickup on a 1st down. Correction, Tyler Smith on the carry. And that's the 2-minute timeout. We'll take our final break. When we come back, we'll take you to the end of the night. It's South Carolina State 48, Bethune-Cookman 34. Not a lot of defense being played in this one on either side. We'll take you to the end when we come back on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. 2-minute timeout here at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium. It's the South Carolina State Bulldogs 48, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 34. There obviously are some things that we need to clean up defensively. The start of the game, we're going to heavily criticize, but the offense has come alive here in the second half. And
it has.
Considering we didn't score a touchdown through the first 2 weeks of the season, the way that Cam Ransom not only has run the ball, but has thrown the ball, gives me a little bit of hope on the offensive side going into the rest of the season.
I mean, when you have two capable quarterbacks on your team that if like one is struggling to find the rhythm, you can lean on another one. And that's pretty much what has been happening over the past couple of weeks. And so, I was over here because the South Carolina State coaching staff is literally right by us. Like they're
right across the window right there.
Right across from us. And I'm just like, how many times are y'all going to run that play? That same exact play. that wheel right out the backfield, you just hit them because that's what y'all been doing, and they're laughing at me because I'm asking them.
All right, 1st and 10 for South Carolina State after the 2-minute timeout. A long pass gets them to the Wildcat 17-yard line, going left to right. Stubblefield, who's played the entire game, still in at quarterback. In the pistol formation, they'll hand the ball off to Tyler Smith. He's got a big hole up the middle, following his blockers to the 5-yard line.
It looks like South Carolina State. Yeah. They are really trying to punch it in one last time before this game hits zero.
Yeah, that was James Reddick, the center, just manhandling the Wildcat D-line.
Oh, man.
1st and goal at the 5. Handoff again, this time being strung out. Pushed to the left is Smith. He'll be down at the 4, gain of just 1.
I mean, for the most part, people will think and say that we are undersized. Oh, we have somebody down. Oh, no, he's up. We are undersized in our front 4 as far as our defensive line goes. But we've picked up a little bit of size. I would say probably the one who would be most undersized would probably be A.J. Hall, but he makes up for it in quickness and physicality and whatnot. But right now,
so the Wildcats, just looking to get out of Dodge, they're going to take a 10-second runoff after a player's helmet came off and not waste a timeout to stop that 10-second runoff. So now there's 1 minute and 32 seconds to go. It'll be 2nd and goal for South Carolina State from the 3-yard line. Once again, the feature back is Tyler Smith. He'll get the handoff. He'll cut left and run right into a wall of Hall.
A.J. Hall.
A.J. Hall puts the smackdown on him for no gain, 3rd and goal.
Just a great play. Great play by A.J. and stopping that run.
Nice swim move to get around the left guard. Right. Keontae Marsh. Haven't seen enough of that from the D-line tonight. And when we have, it's pretty much only been A.J. Hall. I mean, Cornelius Bass had a couple of nice plays.
Yeah.
All right, 3rd and goal from the 3. South Carolina State trying to punch it in one more time and get over 50 points on the night. They hand the ball off, running left side, diving for the goal line, and Tyler Smith is in. They just couldn't keep him out. Malik Stinnett tried to grab a armful of jersey, but Tyler Smith just fought through that, and it will be 54 points for South Carolina State tonight.
You got to wrap up. Like that does not do on these running backs, because these running backs go over drills to be able to run through arm tackles. So you have to be able to make contact, wrap up, and then wait for your help to come as long as possible, because they had it almost corralled, but he fought through the arm tackle.
Cavanius puts the extra point up and good. 41 seconds to go in the game. 55 for South Carolina State. Bethune-Cookman 34.
I think at this point, the South Carolina State coaches is gonna call it.
Well, next week, if you're coming out to Daytona Stadium for Bethune-Cookman against Edward Waters in the home opener, not only will you see the ring ceremony for the SWAC champion baseball team, the introduction of Dr. Mosley as president, and the induction of the 2025 Hall of Fame class, you may also see over 100 points of offense. I would not put it past
Nah,
Edward Waters
listen.
and if the Bethune-Cookman we've seen in the second half shows up tonight, it could easily be over 100 points of total offense next week at Daytona Stadium.
And truth be told, this would be a great time for some of those old Jenkins players to come back and talk to these boys so they know what they're in for. You know what I mean? Jenkins just a great coach, a great leader, knows how to get his team fired and prepared to play.
Kickoff goes 2 yards deep in the end zone. Marquis Johnson's going to bring it out, cutting left to right, back to the middle of the field. He's got a lane to the 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. He's past midfield with one man to beat, and he's dragged down from behind at the South Carolina State 35-yard line. Oh, he just couldn't outrun DeAndre Ruffin.
Oh, man. Almost.
Almost that house call we've been calling for.
Almost. With 30 seconds left to go in this game.
So let's see with the Wildcats at the 35-yard line of South Carolina State if they try and score one more time before this one's over.
Hey, listen, I wouldn't put it past them.
Oh, it looked like Marquis Johnson got a cramp because he started cramping up towards the end of that run, and that's allowed the defender to catch him.
Yeah.
It's a hot one out there.
I know Marquis Johnson doesn't seem like the type that can be caught from behind, but it looks like he started slowing up. Something was going on with him.
Let's see what the Wildcats do here. Ali Scott Jr. is going to be the running back. Kamani Robinson has been excellent tonight, but Scott's going to get the nod here. Two receivers to the wide side. That's the near side left. Ball right hash. 30 seconds to go in the game. Four-man rush, snap to Cam, play action. He's looking near side, and that pass is incomplete. Overthrows Ricky Shaw, 2nd and 10. I'd like to see the Wildcats go vertical instead of all these stuff to the boundaries. I know there's 25 seconds left, but you had that big completion to Malik Huggins for a touchdown earlier.
And the completion to Lorenzo Jenkins.
Yeah.
Like, you have receivers that can climb the ladder and go get it. So
and you still have 3 timeouts.
So I would be like, let's give our receivers a chance to do what they do.
2nd and 10 for the Wildcats and the Bulldog 35. 25 seconds to go in the game. Cam in the pocket, goes down the left-hand sideline and overthrows his receiver. He hits the pylon. In the air, came right down on the pylon on the front right corner of the end zone. I'm not sure he could do that again if he tried.
Going to Lorenzo Jenkins as his target, but, I mean, like, hits the pylon, like, square. Wow. What's this? Third down?
and 10.
3rd and 10.
Try and get one more completion. 18 seconds left. If they get a first down, they can stop the clock with 3 timeouts left. Down 55-34, looking for one more statement. Ransom looking, throwing, middle, incomplete. A great pass breakup. He was looking for Marquis Johnson out of the backfield. Hunter Puckett was there to break it up. And it'll be 4th and 10, and the Wildcats will have one more play with 14 seconds to go. As they show Malik Harp on the ESPN broadcast. He's had a great night, had that fumble recovery for a touchdown. 4th and 10, they're at the Bulldog 35, going right to left. Down 55-34, a valiant effort in the second half tonight by the Wildcats, but not enough defensively, and a slow start really hurt Bethune-Cookman tonight. Cam Ransom going to load up. He's going to take a shot. He's got Huggins at the 5. Touchdown, Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown, maroon and gold. Malik Huggins just went and high-fived a fan in the VIP section in the back of the left-hand end zone. That's his second big touchdown catch tonight. It's a 35-yarder.
Absolutely.
He just outruns the cornerback.
Just like
oh no, he was matched up with a linebacker, Shamari Reed.
Listen, I mean, you know, as this team grows and goes on into other games, we have to start finding those matchup issues, putting our receivers on linebackers and getting them up the seam and making this offense a little bit easier.
Extra point, up and good, and with 10 seconds to go in the ball game, it's South Carolina State 55, Bethune-Cookman 41.
Wow.
And if you subtract the 24 points that South Carolina State scored in the first half, the Wildcats have outscored South Carolina State in the last 3 quarters, 41-31. Unfortunately, that first quarter still counts.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, they don't take away the quarter, even if no matter how bad you don't like it. So, you know, the Wildcats, though, I think that this is very hopeful for the Wildcats, especially going into next week. We see that we are able to put points on the board. We're able to run the ball. We're able to pass the ball down the field. So I think that right now, if you are the Wildcat faithful, like, this is a really good sign that 41 points in this game when the previous two games we didn't even score a touchdown.
Yeah.
So a combined of 12 points.
And against, against the South Carolina State defenses, here comes the onside kick, and the Wildcats might have recovered this.
Did they?
No, it didn't go 10 yards. A flag comes out.
Flag. Legal procedure.
But there is 7 seconds left of the game, so it doesn't really matter. And I don't blame the Wildcats for going for it. Remember, this is a South Carolina State team that held South Carolina, the number 10 ranked team in the country, to 7 points in the first half last week.
Yeah,
they are a legit defense, and you just put up 41 points.
And they gave South Carolina a lot of problems last week. However, still, we shot ourselves in our own foot this week. A lot of people were not expecting a lot from us with FIU. They weren't expecting a lot from us with UM. This was a time to be able to prove where we are as a team. First quarter, we weren't looking great. Second through fourth, we were able to do things and put up points and everything else of that nature.
The kneel down comes through. The final 7 seconds tick off the clock, and your final score from Oliver C. Dawson Stadium is South Carolina State 55, Bethune-Cookman 41. Well, after the first quarter, when it was 24-0, and the Wildcats had more penalty yards than actual yards, it didn't look that good. But if you look at the score by quarter, right, 7 points in the second, 6 points in the third, 28 points in the fourth. They outscored South Carolina State by 10 after the first quarter. And South Carolina State played their ones the whole game. They never took the starters out.
Yeah. And so, I think that does say a lot about the Wildcats. But I think what we have to do now, this is where you have to be able to make the adjustment faster. You have to be able to make it on the run. You have to be able to listen to what your players are seeing and then make the adjustment and go from there. And so hopefully this is going to be something that we can take into next week and be more effective on the offensive and defensive side of the ball as we face Errol Waters.
Let's get you through your final stats this evening. Bethune-Cookman actually out, 29 first downs to 28. They out first downed South Carolina State tonight after getting 2 first downs in the first quarter and a half.
Wow.
The Wildcats had 182 rushing yards on 34 carries. That's 5.4 yards a carry, much better after Cam got in the game.
Absolutely.
South Carolina State, 6.1 rushing yards a carry, right? They came into the game averaging 2.2, and they got 226 yards on the ground on 37 carries. The Wildcats had 23 receptions for 325 yards, 14 yards a catch. South Carolina State, 22 catches for 335 yards, 15 yards a catch. The Wildcats were 23 of 38 passing. The Bulldogs were 22 of 37 passing. Total yards, Wildcats 507, South Carolina State 561. There was only 2 play difference in total plays, 74 to 72. Yards per play, there was only half a yard difference, 7.5 yards per play for South Carolina State, 7 yards per play for the Wildcats. The Wildcats turned the ball over 3 times. You can't do that. And of course, we can hoot and holler and scream and shout about how we think Cam didn't fumble the ball on the 1 yard line. It doesn't matter because
right
that's what the refs called. You still turn the ball over 3 times.
Yeah.
And 2 of them directly led to points. 1 on the ensuing drive and 1 immediately on the scoop and score back in the first quarter.
Absolutely.
So that's something you have to clean up. Third down, my goodness, South Carolina State was 9 of 13 on third down. And we came into the game allowing teams 60% on third down against us coming in, and didn't do a lot better tonight. And we were 3 of 10 on third down, 30% on third down coming into the game. As I pull out the sheets, we were 23% on third down, so a marginal improvement, but still not great. When the chips are down, it wasn't good. And fourth down, obviously 2 of 3. We got 2 fourth down conversions. The Cam Ransom one in the fourth quarter, where they wrapped him up in the backfield and he still got 4 yards, was ridiculous. Let's go into some individual stats first for South Carolina State. Ryan Stubblefield was excellent, 21 of 35, 286 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 sack with a long of 38, that touchdown. Receiving, Smith, 9 catches, 87 yards, and a touchdown. Ruffin, 5 catches, 56 yards. Burgess, 1 catch for 49. Johnson, 2 for 47. Smith, 2 for 47. Pickett, 1 for 31. And you got to remember, the 2 for Pickett, the 2 for Smith, the 1 for Pickett, the 1 for Adams, all on that running back wheel, which I'm sure they will be diving into on film to try and stop next week. Rushing the ball, Pickett Hicks, 4 carries, 87 yards and a touchdown. Smith, 11 carries, 53 yards and a touchdown. Adams, 8 carries, 36 yards and a touchdown. Stubblefield, 5 carries, 35 yards and 2 touchdowns. On the defensive side for South Carolina State, 10 total tackles for Kelly tonight. I don't think we mentioned him much. Roderick Kelly, the linebacker out of Lakeland, Florida, transfer from Arkansas State. He led with 10 tackles, 6 tackles for Jones, 5 for Franklin, 4 each for Scott and Arnold. Tackles for loss, 2 for Lunds, 1 for Chisholm, 1 for Dollard, and 1 sack by Chisholm in the game. 1 pass breakup by Oliver, 1 by Harp, and an interception by Levine. And that was it for South Carolina State in individual numbers. For Bethune-Cookman on offense, Timmy McClain, 3 of 8, 1 interception. Wasn't good. 23 yards. He's out of the game. Cam Ransom, 20 of 30, 66% completion, 302 yards, 4 touchdowns, only took 1 sack. Where was this Cam Ransom for the last 2 years? This may be his best performance in a Wildcat uniform.
Yeah, it probably was, but I think that ultimately when you look at everything, the Wildcats need, regardless of if it's Timmy McClain, if it's Cam Ransom, that you go back, watch this film, critique what you've seen, and then you get ready for Edward Waters. This game is over. You flush it. You learn from it. However, you must be able, as you go into the next game, not to make the same mistakes, right? And so if we can just even cut down on some of the penalties, right? If we can even just cut down on some of those penalties.
We'll get to that. I'm saving that for last.
We might have a completely different ball game.
Receiving for the Wildcats looks like this. Malik Huggins, who just had 4 catches for 31 yards coming into the game, had 8 catches, 148 yards, 2 big touchdowns, 1 52 yards, 1 35 yards. He was great tonight. Ricky Shaw, 4 catches for 50 yards. Jenkins, 4 catches for 46 and a touchdown. Morales, 3 catches for 41 and a touchdown. First time we've seen him catch the ball all year on the tight end spot. Ransom, 11 carries, 80 yards, 7 yards a carry, and a touchdown for Cam Ransom. Kamani Robinson, this freshman continues to impress. 5 carries, 43 yards, 8.6 yards a carry. After last week, he got 38 yards on 4 yards a carry against Miami. So he's one to watch for the future. Ali Scott, 5 carries, 14 yards. Johnson, 2 carries, 5 yards. Again, Ransom fumbled once and McClain fumbled once. On defense for the Wildcats, Antoine Watts had 7 tackles. Nick Rawls had 6. Naim Lassiter and Gabe White had 5. Tackles for loss, Adrian Hall had 1. That was the only tackle for loss we had in the game. Just 1 by Adrian Hall. And that also was on a sack. Jeremy Greaves also got credit for a QB hurry. The defensive line didn't do enough to trouble Stubblefield tonight, even though the majority of the South Carolina State passing game was quick passes.
Yeah, you have to be able to get in the backfield and disrupt quarterback timing, disrupt the rhythm of the quarterback and his receivers, to be able to cause disruption in the backfield so that you can free your defense up to do more. Just like I said on the offensive side of the ball, I said that we have to make sure we don't make ourselves one-dimensional. That way, the opposing defense has to stay honest. They can't just load the box and just come in with their ears pinned back, just firing off the ball. They have to be able to play sound defense, and the only way that you play sound are able to make a team play sound defense is that you are able to effectively and efficiently move the ball down the field, make sure that you don't just get caught into an all run, all pass, and to be able to put points on the board. Because once we started putting points on the board, all that blitzing a little bit stopped. Right? It was four man, occasionally bringing the safety up, coming off as that fifth or sixth rusher for South Carolina State. So you want to be able to make sure that you do not put yourself in a position to become one-dimensional, and you need to do it quick, fast, and in a hurry, because if we're able to do that and do a little bit more in the first quarter and get from behind some of those mistakes, this is a completely different ball game.
The last thing I want to touch on is the penalties. The Wildcats, 7 penalties, 69 yards. And I think that number is incorrect. I think they had closer to 10 penalties in the ball game as the fireworks go off here at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium. Remember the final score, South Carolina State 55, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 41. And it contributed to that 24-point deficit you put yourselves in the first quarter. The reason you only had 1 first down in the first quarter is because the 3 other ones you actually did pick up were all negated by penalties.
Exactly, and especially if you say, for example, we are able to score on that long run that got us inside the 5-yard line, and then we take away that fumble and that scoop and score in the first quarter.
It's a tie game.
It's a tie. Like there, when you look back and you do the shoulda, coulda, wouldas of sports, you're looking at a completely different game. What I do hope though is I hope that this gives the Wildcats some hope that they are not a defeated team. They are not a team that's ready to pack it up and go home. That this is that they're able to see that, you know what, we're able to show up. Look what we did. We were able to put points up. It didn't go like we wanted to, but we're able to open up our offense a little bit more to be able to put more points on the board and really get the ball into the hands of our playmakers.
That'll do it for us here at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium. Once again, your final score, the South Carolina State Bulldogs 55, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 41. South Carolina State goes to 2-1. They've got a tough test next week as they go down to Tampa to take on a red-hot South Florida team. Let me just
look
before
at
we get off.
Let's see that score. Yeah.
Let's see how Miami and South Florida doing. It's Miami 49, South Florida 12 final score. Well, that was anticlimactic, but still a red-hot South Florida Bulls team. And the Wildcats return home for a test against Edward Waters. And I'll tell you what, if you drop against the D2 team, I don't care how good Edward Waters is because they aren't good. If you drop against the D2 team 2 years in a row, there's going to be some serious questions asked in the front offices here at Bethune-Cookman. But we got to save that for next week and the radio show. And I'm sure Hail Wildcats Radio is going to be a must-listen this week on the podcast. But once again, your final score, South Carolina State 55, Bethune-Cookman 41 for Johnny Vickers and Daryl Natil and Bernard Hawk, who's joined us specially on analysis tonight at halftime. Thank you for Bernard for joining us tonight. My name is Michael Torello. It is a pleasure to cover Bethune-Cookman Athletics for you all live from Orangeburg, South Carolina at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium. We'll see you next week for the home opener at Daytona Stadium. Good night and hail Wildcats.
Hail Wildcats.